Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry. Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry. Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual prom.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! Come out!
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs.
to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre doing the challenge. Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Mayorga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Good evening, Braves fans. Welcome to Atlanta Braves Baseball. We will get underway here in just one moment. Vince Velasquez is the starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres, and it'll be Huascar Ynoa for the Atlanta Braves. We're just moments away from first pitch. Going to try to get you caught up in what's going on in the world of baseball around the league, as the St. Louis Cardinals, well, they won again. So that is now a 13 wins in a row. And to top on that, Yankees and Red Sox, they are 2-1, bottom of the eighth inning, top of the eighth inning, excuse me. The Red Sox are leading the Yankees. Marlins lead the Rays 1-0 as Tampa Bay is trying to sew up home field advantage throughout the American League playoffs. In college football, Clemson and North Carolina State just went to overtime, and they just tied each other at overtime. It's 21-21, so they will continue their overtime. And throughout the league, games that the Braves really care about, the Philadelphia Phillies, they won again. They beat the Pirates, the Lowly Pirates, 3-0, and they have now won 3 of the first 4 of that series. So the pressure's on Atlanta, as Atlanta has a 1.5 game lead. And the Mets and Brewers, they are getting underway as well, although the Mets are toast. So there you have, and we'll keep you up to date on what's going on in the world of sports, the scoreboard, as things get rolling here, and the Atlanta Braves and San Diego Padres are set to battle here tonight, and we'll get into what tomorrow is going to look like for Atlanta, as well as the upcoming Philadelphia series, which we will have every single game here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Welcome to Atlanta Braves Baseball. I'm Magee. We're getting set for the game. All right. With all that being said, I'm going to take an extremely quick break. When we come back, we will have first pitch for the Atlanta Braves and San Diego Padres. Game 2 of this series. We'll be back in just a flash. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay, we are back, and here is the first pitch underway. Velasquez fires it down low for a ball, 93 miles an hour, a low fastball. Enters 1-0. Jorge Soler will step in as he is the leadoff hitter tonight for Atlanta. And here's the 1-0 pitch getting ready by Velasquez, and it is quickly 2-0. Misses in the same location, down and away. Atlanta Braves win last night. If you didn't stay up late for that, Atlanta won 4-0. Max Fried looked phenomenal. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball right down the pipe, swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Jorge Soler batting .215 on the year, 721 OPS, and 24 home runs. Velasquez has a 6.23 ERA and a 3-8 record coming into today. 2-1 pitch is on the way, and it is a slider in the dirt. It's 3-1. Atlanta will start off with Jorge Soler, Freddie Freeman, and Ozzie Albies to get things going here at the top of the first inning. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's fouled back, swung on, and hit down the left field line, but well foul, and it is 3-2. We'll keep you abreast of everything going on in the world of college football, if you are college football fans, as well as Major League Baseball scores, as A lot of stuff going on here in the end of September, but the most important thing is Braves baseball. We have one game tonight, one game tomorrow, and then a day off Monday, and then 6 games next week against the Phillies and Mets as we come back home to Atlanta. And that will conclude the season if there's not a tiebreaker. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And the delivery, and it is far and inside, ball number 4. Florida State Seminole fans out there, Florida State loses again. They drop to Louisville 31-23. You wonder when the hot seat's going to start for Mike Norvell in his second season. Jorge Soler gets on base. It is 1 on, nobody out, and that'll bring Freddie Freeman 300 average, 904 OPS, and 31 home runs to the plate. Beautiful night in San Diego. Not expected to see any rain. And here's the first pitch of the at-bat. 1 on, Soler leading off first. Curveball in there, first strike, and it's strike number 1. 0-1 is the count. Freddie Freeman trying to get something going here in the first inning is Atlanta. If you're just joining us, they are leading off here in the top of the first. 1 on, nobody out. Jorge Soler on first base. Fastball right down the pipe, and it's swung on a miss, and it's 0-2. Excuse me. Of course, the Atlanta Braves are no stranger to Vince Velasquez. This is the same Velasquez that pitched for the Philadelphia Phillies for years, was released and claimed off waivers by the Padres earlier this summer. More of an innings eater, if nothing else. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, swung on and just fouled back. It's 0-2 still, as Freddie was able to get a hold of that, get a piece of it, and to keep the count alive. 93 mile an hour 4-seam fastball, and it'll be 0-2 again. Freddie Freeman hitting .344, 18 home runs, 50 RBIs in the last 50 games of the season. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and knuckle curve, swung on and missed, and that's the first out of the inning. Atlanta Braves lead the National League by just 1 game, as Philadelphia won earlier today, went into today's action up a game and a half. They will have to play 1 extra game if necessary against the Colorado Rockies, which was rained out about 10 days ago in Atlanta. Remember, they were trying to get that game in, and weather just did not permit. Ozzie Albies, the switch hitter, is batting from the left-hand side of the plate. He comes in, digs in for the first pitch, and it is swung on and hit foul. Slider on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Atlanta 0, San Diego 0. Ozzie Albies batting .258, 30 home runs, and an .802 OPS. As the 0-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. Velasquez, kind of a deliberate delivery, a slow pitcher, which tends to work against him as batters are able to dig in and assess. You always see that the pitchers that work faster always end up being much more difficult to deal with. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a knuckle curve in the dirt, swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. 1-2, and they're taking a look at the umpire. Apologize for the delay. I was trying to figure out what was going on there. I believe he got something caught in his eye. He was not hit by the ball in the face, but it looked like maybe some dust or dirt got into the umpire's eye, and so they're taking a look at it, putting some eye drops in it. He's squirting it out. Greg Gibson is your home plate umpire, and Ryan Wills, second base. Rob Drake is the third baseman. Greg Gibson is the crew chief behind the plate. Atlanta 0-0, top of the first inning. And trying to get something going here as Gibson looks like he is good to go. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. And fouled back, four-seam fastball inside. It's going to reach the stands, and it's 1-2. Welcome to Braves Baseball. Atlanta 0, San Diego 0. This just in, if you're a college football fan, the NC State Wolfpack have upset the Clemson Tigers, essentially ending their national championship hopes, 27-21 in overtime. Remember, Clemson lost earlier in the season. So that will do it for Clemson fans. And opens up the door for someone else new in the college football playoff world. 0-0, Atlanta and San Diego. 1-2 pitch as Velasquez keeps dancing around, stepping off. Here comes the pitch and slider down low, 2-2. It's a very slow and deliberate delivery, like I've said, and Velasquez tends to get the ball, steps off the mound, makes adjustments, much slower delivery than what we've seen over here the past few nights from both sides, both Atlanta and San Diego. Velasquez gets the sign. Here's the pitch as Caratini sits inside, and it's a fastball up in the zone, swung on and missed, 94 miles an hour, and it's 2 away with Jorge Soler still on first base. That is going to bring Austin Riley up to the plate. Austin Riley batting fourth from the right-hand side, 302 on the year, a 900 OPS, and 32 home runs. As he's trying to get Soler in, as Atlanta does have the leadoff runner on. There is 2 away, and we've just gotten started here in San Diego. Pull up a chair. Swung on and missed in the first pitch. Slider up in the zone, and it's 0-1. Atlanta should be staring down what could be either a dead-footed tie or a half-game lead or half-game behind when they go into Atlanta's series versus Philadelphia on Tuesday night. 7:20 will be the first pitch. We will be here at 7:15 to bring you the coverage. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night, we will be here for all 3 games. And here's the 0-1 pitch to Riley. It is low and inside, dusts Riley back a little bit, and it's 1-1. Missed with the slider inside. Atlanta trying to get on the board here, trying to get a W here and trying to keep pace with the Phillies who have already won. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Slider up high in the zone and just mistimed it. It's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Velasquez keeps leaving these balls, these sliders up in the zone. There's going to be trouble for him. In the last few times, Atlanta's been able to get to him, usually the second time through the lineup. We'll see how long they stay with him in San Diego. San Diego, once a heavy favorite to make a wild card, is now playing out the string for all intents and purposes. All right, here we go. The 1-2 pitch. It is low and inside, change up in it, 2-2. The count even up. Soler inches a little farther off first base. Anything in the gap, he may be able to score on. If Riley is able to reach, it's Adam Duvall batting fifth tonight and playing center field. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit fastball, popped high in the sky. It's a can of corn, and Will Myers is underneath it, and that is out number 3. We'll be back in a flash here with Braves baseball. Pull up a chair and enjoy the ride.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! Come out!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. We got a 0-0 tie game going to the bottom of the first inning, and Atlanta did get a runner on in the first inning. Jorge Soler reached via a walk. We're unable to score, and it'll be Huascar Ynoa firing the first pitch. There's 3.43 ERA, low and outside. It's ball number 1, 1-0. Ynoa facing Frazier. Frazier coming over from the Pittsburgh Pirates himself, and here's a fastball inside. Frazier hammers it deep to right field. It's going back. It's going back. It's going way back. It's gone. Adam Frazier hits his 5th home run of the year, and the Braves are quickly down 1-0. Adam Frazier hitting from the left side. Remember, he was a part of a trade that took place around the deadline and really has not performed that well, but leads this game off with a solo shot to make it 1-0 San Diego. You're listening to Braves baseball, and just getting underway. Huascar Ynoa versus Velasquez tonight. If you missed it earlier, here's the first pitch to Fernando Tatis Jr. Tatis hitting 288 on the year, 3.54 ERA for Huascar Ynoa. Tatis 288 on the year, 996 OPS, and 41 home runs, including one last night that won the first part of the doubleheader that was being completed from July 21st. 1-0 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Slider on the outside part of the plate, too hard for him to handle. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and slider outside. It's ball 2, 2-1. Tatis facing up against Ynoa, righty versus righty. and slider hung a little bit, but Tatis missed it, and it's 2-2 is the count. That was a dangerous slider right there in his wheelhouse. He missed it, thankfully, and it's 2-2. So here comes the 2-2 delivery. Slider on the outside part of the plate, outside the zone, but swung on and missed, and that is strike 3. Tatis down on strikes. Huascar Ynoa's first strikeout of the game. If you're just joining us, Adam Frazier hit a 1-run shot to lead off this inning. The Padres lead bottom of the first inning 1-0. And it's his 5th home run of the year. Much more of a guy who gets on for average. He's hitting 306 on the year. But when he came over to San Diego, he was leading the National League in batting. That has fallen off sharply. Number 3 hitter for the San Diego Padres is Jerickson Profar. He's hitting 231 with a 664 OPS and 4 home runs. Here's the first pitch and called first strike. It's 0-1. It sets up, gets the sign. Here's the delivery, 98 miles on the outside part, and it's called ball. It's 1-1. Jerickson Profar went, and another light hitting hitter at the top of the lineup. Here's the 1-1 pitch, slider in the dirt, and it is now 2-1. He can wreak havoc if he gets on base. Manny Machado is standing on deck with 1 away. Nobody on. San Diego leads 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and stared at it, went right down the pipe for a slider strike, and it's 2-2. We evened up the count. Looking around the league, Philadelphia has already won today. We'll get the rest of the scoreboard to you here in 1 second. 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back 99 miles an hour around the letters, and it will do it again. It's 2-2. The winners from earlier today, the Cardinals won. The Yankees now have a 5-2 lead over the Red Sox, an important game in the AL wildcard race. Rays lead the Marlins 3-1 in the 5th. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and slider inside and taken for ball number 3. Mets and Brewers have just gotten started. Game with little meaning. Brewers have wrapped up the Central, and the Mets are not headed to the postseason. Blue Jays and Twins, they are in a rain delay. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and slider swung on and missed. Strike number 3, and Huascar Ynoa has got the second strikeout, second out of the game, and that'll bring Manny Machado to the plate. Nationals lead the Reds 1-0. Indians over the White Sox 2-0. Later on tonight, you've got the Dodgers in Arizona taking on the Diamondbacks, and the Giants will be at the Rockies. John Gray versus DeSclafani, the Florida Gator product. Here's the first pitch to Manny Machado. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, 98 miles an hour, but just outside, it's 1-0. Mariners are at the Angels late tonight at 9:07 first pitch. We'll keep you abreast of all the scores going on in college football and in Major League Baseball. Here's a fastball hit high, hit deep, 98 miles an hour. Manny Machado will not get this one out as Adam Duvall is underneath it, and that's out number 3. We head to the top of the second inning. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0 off of San Diego's solo shot by Adam Frazier. We'll be back in just a moment.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Atlanta trails San Diego 1-0 after one. Adam Frazier hit a solo shot to lead off the Padres' first inning. Here's the first pitch from Velasquez, and it is a curveball called for a first strike. Adam Duvall steps in. Duvall hitting .235 on the year, but 38 home runs. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, and it's quickly 0-2. Duvall hit a huge home run last night in the first game to put the Braves into a tied position, but Will Smith quickly gave up that tie game in the next half frame with the moonshot by Tatis. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt, and it's away. It goes back to the backstop, and we got a 1-2 count. Adam Duvall was with Atlanta last year in the postseason and signed in free agency with the Miami Marlins, came back over on the trading deadline, the last day of trading deadline. And here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball ball popped up high in the infield, and quickly underneath it is Frazier, and we've got one away. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate, hitting .260. As Atlanta trails 1-0, top of the second inning. Rosario hitting .260 on the year, 13 home runs, 58 RBI, and a .743 OPS. Here's the first pitch from Velasquez. And delivery, low and inside. It's ball one. It's 1-0 pitch to Rosario. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It is on the outside part of the plate, just a little low, and it's ball number 2. 2-0 is the count to Rosario as Eddie Rosario is trying to get on and get something going. Travis d'Arnaud is on deck with Dansby Swanson in the hole. Here's the 2-0 pitch and swung on, popped up high into center field just before the warning track. And Grisham, the center fielder, is underneath it, and it's going to be out number 2 here in the top of the second inning. Got a good pitch to hit, just got underneath it a little bit, and they're quickly 2 away here in the top of the second inning. Atlanta trails 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud steps in, 230, 7 home runs and 25 RBI on a slash line, 698 OPS. As Atlanta tries to get something going here in the top of the second inning, trail 1-0. First pitch is on the outside part of the plate and just missed for ball number 1. We are here in the top of the second inning, and Velasquez at 29 pitches already. Keep an eye on that. He's usually someone who does not make it very deep into games, so this San Diego bullpen will be very important. Here's the curveball on the outside part of the plate, 1-0, and it is missed, so it is now 2-0 to Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud, who missed quite a bit of the season with a hand injury, does have quite a bit of pop if he can get a hold of one here. Here's the 2-0 pitch, set up outside, fastball, and he's going to foul it back for a 2-1 count. Looking around the league of college football, the Southeastern Conference, Auburn did come back and beat Georgia State. They were trailing for much of the game. They won 34-24. Kentucky leads South Carolina 7-0. And the Florida Gators have a 10-7 lead over the Volunteers in the first quarter. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on a miss. Curveball right down the center of the plate, and it is 2-2. Atlanta trying to get back on up to a game and a half over Philly, who won earlier today. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, fought back, and it is 2-2. So we'll do this again. Here comes Velasquez as he steps off the mound, off the rubber, and gets reset. If d'Arnaud can't get on base, Dansby Swanson is on deck with Enoa, the pitcher, in the hole. Here's a slider fouled on the outside part of the plate, back to the screen, and it's 2-2 again. We'll do this again. Atlanta is yet to get a hit tonight. Just 5 hitters into the game, 6 hitters into the game. Soler did get on base with a walk to lead it off. Jorge Soler, one of 4 major outfield acquisitions that Atlanta got right before the trading deadline. Here's a fastball inside, and it's called a ball. We're going to get a full count to Travis d'Arnaud as Velasquez, 35 pitches into the game, here in the top of the second inning, 2 away. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and d'Arnaud slaps it foul down the third base line, out of play, and we'll reset again at 3-2. Vincent Velasquez, the righty who spent most of his career with the Philadelphia Phillies, picked up San Diego earlier this offseason, this summer, excuse me. And here's a slider hung on, elevated into the left field, and it's driven, but right at Profar, who's got a beat on it, and it is going to be out number 3. Atlanta 3 up and 3 down in this inning. We'll head to the bottom of the second. San Diego leads 1-0, and you're listening to Braves Baseball.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the Same Time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves tied. Atlanta Braves gave up a one-run shot in the bottom of the first. We trail 1-0, and that's going to bring Eric Hosmer to the plate. 269, 11 home runs, and 1-0 count to Hosmer. Curveball swung on and hit foul. It's 1-1. Eric Hosmer is, of course, the big acquisition that the Padres signed a few years ago. And here is the 1-1 pitch. Fastball across the plate. Hit high, hit deep. It's walloped. It is going, gone. Solo shot by Eric Hosmer, his 12th of the year, a line drive over the center field wall. Got out in a hurry. Exit velocity was 110 miles an hour. That ball went 421 feet, and it got out on a rocket. And the San Diego Padres lead 2-0 as Hosmer heads back to the dugout. And San Diego has some kind of they put a clock or something around the guys who hit home runs and kind of spin it. Almost looks like a Flavor Flav type clock. I'm not 100% sure what it's on, but it has a San Diego emblem, and that's what they're doing in the dugout right now. It's 2-0. First pitch to Will Myers, fastball high up on the letters outside part of the plate, and it is 0-1. Atlanta trying to get back to the top of the third thing, get their bats going, but Will Myers ropes one into left field, and quickly Enoa's got trouble brewing. It's 2-0, 2-0 San Diego, and bottom of the second inning, nobody out, and Will Myers stands on first with Grisham headed to the plate. That'll bring Grisham to the plate, who is hitting 238 on the year, 735 OPS with 15 home runs. First pitch, fastball inside for ball number 1. 1-0 is the count as Grisham, a lefty, does have a little bit of pop in his bat and can run the bases. He's got a put a stop to this and stop to it quick, the last thing Atlanta wants to do is build a huge deficit here. Here's the 1-0 pitch, curveball, wildly inside, almost hits Grisham, and it is now 2-0. You wonder how long of a leash they'll have on these guys going forward with Atlanta in a tight National League East race with the Philadelphia Phillies. You don't want to throw any game away. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Slider missed inside again. Way off the plate, and it's 3-0. Noah trying to get the first out of the inning here. As the Atlanta Braves already down 2-0. On deck is the catcher Caratini and Velasquez, the pitcher spot, due up after that. Here's the 3-0 count. Fastball, 95 miles an hour across the plate, and it's 3-1. Grisham was taking that all day long. Three-one pitch is borderline sinker, called for a strike, looked a little low. Grisham was starting to walk towards first. He's got something to say to Blue, but Gibson tells him, get back in the box. It's 3-2. So that'll set it up here, a 3-2 count. Nobody out. Will Myers, leading off of first, and here's a shot rocketed into right field, and Soler is able to cut it off in the gap, gets it back into the infield, but it will be a stand-up double for Grisham. Myers stops at third base. We've got runners on second and third here. Bottom of the second inning, nobody out, and Noah doesn't appear to have it tonight. Got to figure they're going to get someone going in the bullpen. This doesn't get straightened out quickly. Very good play by Soler to cut that off. Not really known for his defense or speed out there, but he did a great job of cutting that off. If it gets past him, it's at least an RBI double. Grisham might be standing on third. So for all intents and purposes, for the moment, has saved a run, possibly two. Looking around as Krantz runs out to the mound to talk to you, Noah. Looking at the scoreboard right now, Tampa Bay leads Miami 3-2. Mets and Brewers are scoreless. And the Kentucky Wildcats lead the South Carolina Gamecocks 7-0 in the first quarter. We'll get you other college football scores as the night goes on. As Tennessee Volunteers trail Florida by a field goal early in the second quarter. And it looks like we're back to start play. No, we're not. Carantini's going to, after all that, he's going to step out and ask for time. Blue's going to give it to him, and we'll get this going back once again. Michigan State just got underway versus Nebraska in the first half. They lead 7-0, and the Alabama Crimson Tide are already rolling over Southern Miss 14-0. Here's curveball in the dirt, swung on and miss, and it's 0-1. North Carolina leads Atlanta's Georgia Tech 7-0. The Georgia Bulldogs rolled over Vanderbilt earlier today, 62-0. And if you missed it earlier, NC State upsets Clemson, and Notre Dame pounds Wisconsin after a really close game for quite some time. They pull away late. Here's the 0-1 pitch as Carantini steps out again. A little bit of a cat and mouse game going on between Carantini and Inoa. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and swung on, popped high. Carantini slams the bat down. Dansby Swanson's underneath it right there at the second base bag, and he catches it and kind of playfully acts like he's going to tag Grisham, who's already standing on second base, and there's one away as Atlanta's trying to get out of this mess, trailing 2-0. as that'll bring the pitcher spot up. I would think Velasquez is going to hit. Can't imagine they're pulling him out this early. Yes, he is going to. He's batting .091 on the year, 2 RBI. And here's the first pitch. High slider, ball 1. On deck is Adam Frazier, who hit a solo shot to start the game. The Braves are playing the defense in now. They were not on the first batter, but they do have the infield in more than halfway, but not quite all the way in as they face the pitcher. Here's a slider on the outside part of the plate, called first strike. You wonder if this is what you want to do. It is the pitcher up. It's pretty early to be playing the defense in. Could cause more trouble than it's worth. Here is a dribbler down the line, and the ball was hit so slow. It's in Freddie Freeman's glove. It is going to be fair, and Freddie's going to step on first. Freddie didn't have much of a choice. It was an excuse me swing, and the ball was dribbled down the first base line. Freddie had no shot of getting Will Meyer at the plate, so he went ahead and took the easy out, and it's 2 away. That'll bring Adam Frazier, the lefty versus righty matchup, with the score now 3-0 San Diego. Here's the first pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it is called a strike. It's 0-1. Looked like a sinker. Here's the next pitch. Change up, low and away, and it's 2-1. Changeup misses for the 2-1 pitch, so we get set for the fourth pitch of the at bat. Enoa has 35 pitches through the bottom of the second inning, a little higher than what you would want it. They do have a lot of people at their disposal in the bullpen tonight. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider called strike, and it's 2-2. That Southeastern Conference play, the Tennessee Volunteers just took a 14-10 lead over the Florida Gators in their second quarter. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's fisted to Freddie Freeman. He'll have it easily. He'll toss it to Enoa, who steps on the bag. So the Braves are out of the inning, but not before San Diego scores 2 more runs. We're through 2. It's 3-0 Friars.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac Magee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Atlanta trails 3-0 as we begin the top of 3. And we get set for Velasquez to hit the mound again. The Braves have had a base runner on a base on balls by Jorge Soler, yet to get a hit today. You can see Krantz talking to Inoa in the dugout, talking about their plan of attack going out for the next inning as Darnode stands there with him. Here's the first pitch by Velasquez, and it's inside, ball number 1. Dansby Swanson digs in with the 246 average, 27 home runs, 85 RBI, and a 756 OPS. Not too shabby for an number 8 hitter there. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's inside. Fastball, it's 2-0. Atlanta trails 3-0 as here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball across the chest and right down the pipe, and it's 2-1. Atlanta Braves baseball. We will be back here Tuesday night at 7:20 first pitch. We'll come on a few minutes early to set the stage as it is a huge series, the most important series of the year. The Atlanta Braves host the Philadelphia Phillies. For all intents and purposes, it will be for the NL East. Here's a 3-1 pitch, high and outside the zone, ball number 4, and Dansby Swanson heads to first base with a leadoff walk. And you got to like that. That'll bring Inoa to the mound, to the batter's box, excuse me, as Velasquez mad at himself. Now, remember, Inoa's got a pretty good bat himself, but I would think they're probably going to try to bunt along to try to dig into this lead. We'll see what they do here, as here's the first pitch of the at-bat. And he does try to lay down a bunt, misses it, fastball across the plate, and it's 0-1. Atlanta trails 3-0, top of the third. They can get Swanson over to second base. That would set the stage for Soler and Freddie Freeman to try to get one of these runs back here. Here's the next pitch. Inoa shows bunt, does not offer at it, and it's quickly 0-2. So we'll see if they have him swing away or if they will have him try to lay a bunt down. Inoa has gone yard this year. Velasquez throws back over to first base to try to catch Dansby Swanson napping to no avail. Throw was not even close, and we'll reset it up. Ron Washington, the third base coach, gives the sign to looks like he's going to show bunt again. A little surprising, and terrible stab at that. It's going to be strike number 3. Definitely by the blind eye there, it looks like that Inoa needs to go back to the drawing board as far as taking some BP on laying bunts down. Not one of those bunts, which 2 of them were in the strike zone, not a single one of them even came close to making contact. Atlanta trails 1-0. Top of the third inning, and that will bring Jorge Soler to the plate. Jorge Soler swings at the first pitch, and it's popped up, giving chase. Will Meyer will not get to it. Will that be Dansby Swanson held it first. The ball's coming back into the infield. He is firing it down to Tatis, who is off the bag. The throw is wide, and we've got runners on first and second, one away. Kind of a strange play. Soler swung on the first pitch. He popped it up. It looked like an easy catch. Now, they were in a severe shift on the left-hand side, so no one from the infield had a chance to come over to it. Closest person to get to it would have been Frazier, the second baseman. He was far, far away. So Myers misread it, and when he misread it, it ended up falling in. It would be in the vicinity of where if you were doing a right side of the infield shift where your deep second baseman or third baseman who comes over normally stands. Myers was playing far back because of Soler. So because of defensive positioning, they get an excuse me bloop single, and that sets it up with Freddie Freeman, 2 on, 1 out, and Freeman digs in with the 299 average and 31 home runs, 82 RBIs. Here's the first pitch, swung on and missed, and it's strike one, fastball across the chest. Strange circumstances, even stranger when you go back and watch the replay, that Myers almost had a hitch in his step. It's almost like he wasn't sure if he should make the dive because Frazier was running back across the infield. By the time he realized what he should or should not do, the ball had dropped. So we'll see if Atlanta can take advantage of this. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and really close on the outside corner. It's called a ball, and it's 1-0. Atlanta trails 3-0, trying to take advantage of this opportunity here, as Velasquez has been known to give up the big inning. It's what led to his release by Philadelphia. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball inside, and it's banged foul down the first base line, and it is 1-2. Atlanta clinging to a 1-game lead over Philadelphia in the National League East. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. 1 away, runners on first and second. Freddie Freeman smacks it high and deep into left field, but playable. And it's going to be the second out of the inning. The runners retreat back, and that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate, hitting 257, 30 home runs, and an 801 OPS. Just missed the timing on that. Freddie was trying to drive it against the shift, just missed the timing on that. And so we've got 2 away, and Ozzie will see if he can get something going here. They are. So let's set the stage here. It's runners on first and second. There's 2 away. It's a 3-0 game as Atlanta trails early on here. And here's the first pitch from Velasquez, and it is slapped hard into right field. Myers gets the ball. He comes up with it. He's throwing it home. Here, rounding third is Dansby Swanson. He'll motor in, and here comes a throw up the line a little bit. Atlanta scores. It's 3-1 San Diego. The Atlanta Braves are on the board. First pitch swinging Ozzie, and he got something that he liked up in the zone and hit it hard into right field. And of course, we know Dansby can motor around. Myers made it a closer play than you would expect. Doesn't look like that Atlanta did take advantage of the throw to home plate, so it's still first and second. with Soler standing on second. Soler probably had an opportunity there to go to first to third, but he decided against it. So Austin Riley digs in, hitting 301 with 32 home runs, and the first pitch is a swinging strike around the letters, and it's 0-1. San Diego already has action in their bullpen. Talked about how Velasquez doesn't go very deep in games anymore, and this is the second time around. They've got Weathers warming up in the bullpen for the Padres. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a slider in the dirt, and it is 1-1. Riley trying to find something he can drive, but even a single here would be huge because you could cut that lead down to 1. And if Riley can reach, Duvall would be the next batter. They're showing Dace Tingler in the dugout, and he's chewing off every nail that he's got left. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and swung on. Did he go around? He did go around. So they're going to call that strike 2. Riley looks a little perplexed that they called it a swinging strike. Looks like he probably did go around on that one. It did look like he offered. So it's 1-2, 2 on, 2 out, top of the third inning. And the 1-2 pitch, low change up out of the zone. Riley does not offer at that, and it's 2-2. So we'll have deuces wild here, 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch. And Atlanta trying to climb back into this game down 3-1. Caratini, the hind catcher, comes out to talk to Velasquez, talk about what he wants to do. They don't appear to be on the same page. So while he's doing that, we're going to go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick. And on the Major League Baseball scoreboard, you've got a couple of games of big importance that just ended. The Yankees did beat the Red Sox. So we'll get into the standings later, but that was huge for the American League wild card. And the Rays are up 4-3 on the Marlins as they're trying to clinch the American League best record. They're back set again, and here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, 89 miles an hour, and it's 3-2. So now the runners will get going here. You got 2 on, Soler on second, Ozzie on first. They'll be going on the pitch, and anything in the gap, Ozzie gets on his horse, you would think he would score. Riley digs in for the 3-2 pitch with Duvall on deck. This could be Velasquez's last pitch. Here's a hanging breaking ball, and it's hammered into center field, and it will drop. Trent Grisham gets on it fast, gets it back into the infield, but not before Jorge Soler scores. Atlanta makes it 3-2. Ozzie goes from first to third. We've got runners on the corners, 2 outs, with Adam Duvall coming to the plate. Looked like it was a changeup that didn't change fast enough. It hung up a little bit and about belt high, and Riley didn't try to do too much with it. He just sent it back where it came from, and it brings Atlanta closer. It's now 3-2, scoring 2 runs here in the top of the third inning, and they will leave Velasquez in. There is no visit to the mound. Here's the first pitch to Duvall, and he swings on and misses. Slider that was just inside the zone. It's 0-1. Duvall trying to tie this game up with a single. Anything more than that could give the Braves the lead. Here's a slider hit on to Tatis in the hole. Tatis will relay it to second, and Frazier standing there in time, and that'll do it, getting Riley on the force play at second. Atlanta scoring 2 runs. It's now 3-2. We head to the bottom of the third with Fernando Tatis Jr. headed to the plate. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Slide here is your ex, but if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair
fantasy football is easy.
Sign up for the free Armchair Quarterbacks Fantasy Football League today. Weekly prizes and grand prizes to the league champions. All you got to do is shoot us an email, armchairquarterbacks@yahoo.com. We'll send you an invite. Contact us today because seats are filling up. That's armchairquarterbacks@yahoo.com. Put fantasy football in the subject line.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Mac Magee bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball here. It is 3-2 San Diego after Atlanta scored 2 in the top of the third. We headed to the bottom of the third. Is back out there, and a slider on the outside corner. Did Tatis go as he digs in? He waiting for the call from Blue, and it looks like he did not go. It's 1-0. Darnold sits out on the outside part of the plate. Another slider way out of the zone, and it's ball 2. Gibson behind the plate calling the balls and strikes. He hands Darnold a new ball, and we're set. It's 2-0 pitch, and sinker way outside the zone. It is now 3-0, a 3-0 count to Tatis. Not someone you want to give that kind of count to. 41 home runs on the year, 287 batting average, and a 994 OPS. Here comes 3-0 pitch, and fastball across the seams, taking all day long. It's 3-1. So now that he's given you a strike, we'll see what happens here if they go back to the well. They decide to go to a slider, and the slider's on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it is 3-2. Max Fried, whale of a game last night. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Slider popped up high and out of play, and the fans fight for it in San Diego, and we'll do it again at 3-2. You missed that. Max Fried has just been absolutely phenomenal recently. Pitched a whale of a game last night, a game Atlanta really needed him to step up to. So we await the 3-2 pitch. And it's on the way. Fouled off of Tatis's thigh, and it will remain 3-2. Actually looked like the ball fouled and then popped back up, and before it could hit his thigh, hit his bat again. So I don't believe Tatis was even hit by the ball. We've got a 3-2 count here. Darno sits up on the outside, and it's a slider swung on and missed. Strike number 3. And that Tatis strikes out. It gets a strikeout to start the first inning, or the third inning. And that is his third strikeout. 2 1/3, 3 strikeouts. Has thrown 45 pitches. Little high, but if he can get in and out of this inning, might be able to stick around for a bit. That'll bring Jurickson Profar up to the plate. Switch hitting Profar, batting from the left-hand side, and the first pitch is banged into the ground into the shift, and Riley's got it between second and first. He guns Profar down at first. Freddie's got it, and there's 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the third. Atlanta trails 3-2. If you're just joining us, San Diego scored 1 in the bottom of the first with the solo shot by Adam Frazier. They scored 2 more in the bottom of the second. Then Atlanta creeped back closer with 2 runs in the top of the third. We sit here in the bottom of the third. Manny Machado steps in. "26 home runs on the year, 96 RBI, and an 8.34 OPS. Here's the first pitch off the plate, slider, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and hung up in the zone, but it's going to be popped up for an easy play by Duvall, who's giving chase in. He waves off Ozzie, and that'll do it. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the fourth. The Braves just trailed by a run. You're listening to Atlanta Braves baseball. ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazoli. Got it. Championship.
Sign up for the free Armchair Quarterbacks Fantasy Football League today. Weekly prizes and grand prizes to the league champions. All you got to do is shoot us an email, armchairquarterbacks@yahoo.com. We'll send you an invite. Contact us today because seats are filling up. That's armchairquarterbacks@yahoo.com. Put fantasy football in the subject line.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball as Atlanta trails 3-2, but they're heading to the plate. Down 3-0 early in this game. They climbed back and scored 2 runs in the top of the third. We head to the top of the fourth, and we are going to get a pitching change, as it will be Ryan Weathers that we talked about in the last inning. So 5.12 ERA 4-7 record, 89 2/3 innings. He's been in 28 games. Someone that comes in for the Padres that typically pitches more than an inning or two out of the bullpen. Kind of a middle guy in a bullpen game for San Diego here. And the lefty misses outside for 1-0. Left-handed hitting Rosario steps into the plate. Atlanta trails by 1. Rosario swings and fouls it back to the screen. 85 miles an hour. And 1-1 is the count. Here's the 1-2 pitch. 1-1 pitch, excuse me. Slider on, swung on and missed it, and out is 1-2 as kind of a half-hearted swing. Rosario couldn't quite make up his mind if he wanted to go or not, and it's a called strike, so it's 1-2. Here's 94 miles an hour just off the black, and it's 2-2 now. Weathers presents a lot of issues to left-handed hitters. That got kind of a wide delivery and high leg kick. Here comes the 94-mile-an-hour fastball inside, fouled back, and it's 2-2 once again. We get you caught up on all the scores here in a bit as the 2-2 pitch comes into Rosario, swung on, fouled back. It's 2-2 again. We'll do it again. Darnode stands on deck with Dansby Swanson in the hole. Top of the 4th inning, no outs. Atlanta trails 3-2 after scoring 2 in the last inning to bring it closer. And here's an 87-mile-an-hour bounced in the dirt. Looked like it was a slider that didn't quite slide, and it is 3-2. So you'll have a full count to Rosario, who can kind of sit in and dig in. We'll see what he looks for as he tries to get on base to get something going here. As Atlanta trails by just 1. If you're just joining us, it's 3-2. And fastball high in the zone. Rosario slaps it into left field. He basically took what he gave him, and it is a leadoff single for the Atlanta Braves. Rosario stands on first base. No outs, 1 on, and that'll bring the lefty-righty matchup with Travis Darnode coming to the plate. Weathers just brought it up and just lifted up just a little bit, and it was just enough to get things going for the Braves. Leadoff single. Real quick on your Southeastern Conference scoreboard tonight, Alabama leads Southern Miss 34-0. And here's the first pitch delivery to Darnode. It is a strike as he went around. Auburn wins 34-24 over Georgia State. North Carolina State upsets Clemson in the ACC, and the Georgia Bulldogs win 62-0 over Vanderbilt. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, 95 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate, and it is fouled back to quickly go to 1-2. 0-2, excuse me. Tennessee trails Florida 14-17 in the second quarter. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Darnode. We get set for the delivery, and Weather steps off to reset and get a new sign from Caratini behind the plate. Arkansas upsets Texas A&M today. Here's fastball swung up high and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour around the chest, and Darnode misses it. It's a strikeout. He heads back to the dugout. It's 1 away. LSU held on to beat Mississippi State 28-25, and Boston College upsets Missouri 41-37. 34 in overtime. Head back to the action. This will bring Dansby Swanson back up to the plate, who walked his first time out. And Weathers fires back over to first base to keep Rosario honest over there. Almost looked like a balk. In fact, it confused Hosmer, the first baseman, so much that his knees buckled. He did make the catch, but that was dangerous. That ball almost went away from Hosmer. Rosario easily would have been standing on third if that got away. Here's the first pitch, and it's low and outside. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and fisted to the right side of the infield. Tatis has it. He turns to second, fires to second. Rosario will be out on the force play, but a little difficulty getting the ball out of his gloves, so they'll only get the one out, and that will bring the pitcher spot, Huascar Ynoa, up. If they do not decide to pinch hit for Ynoa, it will at least clear the pitcher's spot here in the fourth inning. And it does look like Ynoa is going to the plate. So Ynoa has had some pop in his own right in his short career here with the Braves. Here's the first pitch, fastball on the outside part of the plate. Blew it by him 96 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Ynoa struck out in the third while trying to bunt on 3 consecutive pitches. If you're just joining us. And Weathers tries another pickoff attempt over to Swanson. And Hosmer down to his knees again. Keep an eye on that for as long as Weathers is in the game. His pickoff pitches are a little errant. Not quite getting away yet, but here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball high and on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's quickly 0-2 to the pitcher, Huascar Ynoa. Huascar Ynoa on a 1-2 count. Now that third pitch of the at bat is missed wide. I mean, wide. He almost, as wide as he's been to his throws over to first, he threw a wide strike to home plate, almost got away from Carantini. It will be 1-2. We'll reset here as Huascar Ynoa asks for time, so he'll step out of the box to reset. It's a 1-2 count. There's 2 outs. Top of the fourth inning, Atlanta trails 3-2 with a runner on first base. Here's the pitch. Fastballs caught looking right down the pipe. Ynoa argues with the ump, but to no avail. And that was definitely a strike. I don't know what he was looking for. I think he was looking for an off-speed pitch. So that'll send us to break. We'll be back in a flash here. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-2 out in San Diego versus the Padres. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my. That looks like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball as Atlanta trails 3-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll get you caught up on the scoreboard here real quick. In the Southeastern Conference, you got the Kentucky Wildcats leading 10-0 over South Carolina. In South Carolina, Florida leads 17-14 over Tennessee, game closer than expected late in the second quarter there. Alabama's rolling over Southern Miss. Georgia smoked Vanderbilt. Auburn comes from behind to beat Georgia State. We begin the inning, and it's 1-0 quickly to Hosmer. And is getting the pitch back to him real quick, and we'll go ahead and fire it in again. It is a called strike, and it's 1-1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Slider missed inside and is now ball 2-1 as finishing up the scoreboard there. Arkansas beats A&M. 2-1 pitch. Working a little faster than he did in previous innings. Here's a 2-1 pitch, fouled back, and to the backstop, it is 2-2. We'll get a new ball here, get back in play. Arkansas 20-10 winners over Texas A&M. LSU holds on against Mississippi State by a field goal, and Missouri loses to Boston College on the road. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and the delivery. It is a slider banged into the dirt. Freddie Freeman's over there to corral it by the first base side. He'll do an underhand toss over to Enoa and is one away here in the bottom of the 4th. Your Atlanta Braves are down just a run, climbing back into this, and that's going to bring Will Myers to the plate. Hard-hitting right-handed right fielder Will Myers. The Padres have a very difficult lineup to manage at the top of the order. Here comes the first pitch, slider swung on and miss, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and looks like another slider. This one's out of the zone, and it is 1-1. One pitch, kind of a high called strike. Dangerous pitch, slider left up in the zone, and it's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch delivery as Darno sets up inside, and the slider is in the dirt, bounces off the home plate, and it's 2-2. So we'll have a 2-2 count here. There's one away. Will Myers digs in, trying to get on. Trent Grisham, the lefty, is on deck. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and slider swung on and missed, 85 miles an hour. Just barely in the zone, and it's 2 away. Huascar Ynoa is starting to get his roll going, and it's 58 pitches into the night. Not too bad. You figure you might be able to get a few more innings out of him. If you missed it earlier, the St. Louis Cardinals won again. I mean,
I don't think the Dodgers want to face them in the playoffs in the one-game playing game. And no one would have thought that too long ago. St. Louis hasn't lost in over 2 weeks. We'll get the baseball scores to you here in a minute. Trent Grisham steps up and needs first pitch of the at-bat. It's a slider called for a strike, and it's 0-1. The Cardinals set a franchise record today, winning their 15th in a row. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Grisham with the 240 average just has some pop with 15 home runs. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Darno sets up a little bit inside, and Inoa misses on the outside part of the plate. It is now 2-2. If he is to get on, the catcher Caratini would be next, and then the pitcher spot. There are 2 away, though. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a slider. He does not offer. They're going to call that a strike. It's strike number 3. We'll take it. It was a little bit inside, if you ask me, but we'll take it. The Atlanta Braves head to the bats. We're heading to the top of the 5th. Atlanta trails 3-2 out in San Diego.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball as we head to the top of the 5th. The Braves trail by 1. It's going to bring the top of the order back to the plate with Jorge Soler. He digs in, and Weathers will come back out for the 5th inning. Hard throwing lefty and fastball the outside part of the plate. It's a called ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and he fires it across the left-hand side part of the plate, and it is 1-1. Jorge Soler has walked, singled, and scored a run. 24 home runs on the year. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and fouled back. It'll be 1-2. Weathers coming out of the pen as their middle relief guy. He's at 20 pitches. Typically, he averages going around the 50 pitch range So here's a 1-2 pitch and swung on in the middle of the plate, popped up high. It is a sinker that Soler just missed. It'll fade over to the right-hand side of the infield, and Hosmer will grab it for out number 1. Braves trail 3-2. That's going to send Freddie Freeman to the plate, lefty versus lefty. So he digs in, and the first pitch is outside, and it's ball number 1. One 1-0 count. Weathers looks back in, and he misses far inside, and it's 2-0. So Freddie Freeman will see what he can get going here. Ryan Weathers is a Loretto, Tennessee native. 6'3", 230 pounds. Here is the 2-0 delivery. Slider on the inside part of the plate. Freddie just missed the timing on that. Fouls it back, and it's 2-1. (6'3", 230-pound big southpaw, and he misses with 87 miles an hour right across the chest, and it is now 3-1 to Freddie Freeman. Got to figure Freddie's going to be sitting on something right here. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and he swings on and miss. Ball a little out of the zone, 96 miles an hour, and it is 3-2. Three and two, the count. And fastball high at the letters, swung on a miss for out number 2. Weathers' third strikeout. Ball might have been a tad out of the zone, but probably too close to take. So Freddie's down on strikes, and that will bring right-handed hitting Ozzie Albies, who has much more pop from the right side of the plate. See if he can take advantage of this, facing the left-handed Ryan Weathers with his 5.03 ERA. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, wide and high out of the zone. It's ball 1. Like another fastball. Didn't have quite the giddy up on it. Might have been a 2-seamer. And here's the 1-0 pitch. It is right down the pipe for a called first strike. It's 1-1. Ozzie Albies, 30 home runs on the year, 258 batting average, and 802 OPS. Open stance, and here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Slider in the zone, and it's 1-2. Ryan Weathers been going to the fastball to put away hitters. We'll see if he does that or if he goes back to the slider. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball up around the letters, fouled back. Same thing that he did with Freddie. Ozzie was able to fight that off, and it's 1-2. Topsy-turvy day in college football. A&M loses. Clemson loses. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Ozzie Albies, and he bangs it too short, and Tatis has it easily corralled, and he'll gun him down. No, the ball gets away, skipped across the dirt right before it could get to Hosmer. It was a short hop, and Ozzie Albies will be standing on first base, with 2 outs, trailing 3-2. Looking at the replay of it, didn't look anything out of the ordinary. He got a good throw, was able to put one foot in front of the other. He just threw it wide, and Hosmer had to dive to his right to try to knock it down. He did knock it down, preventing it from going into right field, which Ozzie would have easily been standing on second base if that were the case. So the Braves got something cooking off of an error from Fernando Tatis. Maybe they can take advantage of this. That'll bring right-handed slugger Austin Riley to the plate. 32 home runs, a 901 OPS, and a 302 average. Here's the first pitch. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Could have went either way, but Blue called it a strike. We're at 0-1. Notre Dame Fighting Irish rolled today. They remain undefeated. Will probably leap up into the top 10 college football. And 0-1 pitch. Blue jumps out of back from home plate, and looks like he's calling it a balk. It doesn't look like Weathers came set. No, he absolutely did not come set. He had his foot on the rubber, slid his foot, and kind of a deceptive move, which I believe was being pointed out by Eric Young. You saw him in the previous play. Eric Young kept talking to Blue. So that will put Ozzie Albies on second base. Eric Young, our first base coach, that'll put Ozzie Albies on second base. So now a single could tie this game off the error. Essentially 2 errors puts Ozzie on second, and slider in the dirt as Ozzie's getting a huge lead. It's 1-1. Anything that gets to the outfield will definitely score Ozzie. Not many can throw Ozzie out from second base coming from the outfield, especially when he's getting a dancing lead. And the left-handed Weathers is going to have a hard time spinning around. I think he's a little gun shy. He's not even looking back. He's focusing on not committing another balk. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and swung on by Riley. It's in between the shift, and it's going to get to left field. Here comes Ozzie Albies motoring around third base, and we are tied up 3-3 in San Diego. A hit them where they ain't single by Austin Riley. Not a worm burner, but it'll look like that in the box score tomorrow morning. And the Atlanta Braves have tied this up 3-3. Great piece of hitting by Austin Riley. Gotta love the approach there, just trying to get it through the infield, not trying to do too much with that slider. And that's going to put Austin Riley on first base. We've got a tie baseball game here in San Diego. The Braves were trailing 3-0. It is now 3-3, and the hard-hitting Adam Duvall is up to the plate. Here's the first pitch, missed out on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. Tatis still thinking about that error. You can see the disgust on his face. They're coming out to talk to Weathers. Looks like it's the San Diego pitching coach coming to talk to Weathers, as trying to get him to regroup a little bit. It's a 1-0 count. We've got 1 on. We've got 2 away, and we've got a tie ball game in San Diego. Atlanta trying to keep pace and win, as Philly, who's hot on their trail, did win today. They've taken the first 3 games against Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh dropped the first 2 after leading. Now, today was a different story. It was a 3-0 shutout by the Phillies. But you're hoping for some help. Here's the 1-0 pitch as they get brought back, and it is a dribbler to second base. Frazier's got it. He's going to skip across the bag and tag second, and that'll do it. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It is now a tie ball game. The Braves 3, San Diego 3. We'll be back in just a flash.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Get you caught up on the college football scoreboard around the top 25. Alabama's rolling over Southern Miss 35-7. Auburn beat Georgia State. NC State upsets Clemson 27-21. And the Florida Gators are struggling against Tennessee. It's 17-14 at the half. Georgia destroys Vanderbilt 62-0 earlier, and North Carolina is struggling at Georgia Tech at 7-6 with the extra point pending. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Eno as we begin the bottom of the fifth inning, and it's 2-0 on Carantini as we come back to the action. Eno has got 5 strikeouts so far tonight. And fastball up around the chest. It is popped up. It is hit high. It is hit deep, but it is playable just before the warning track. Adam Duvall gets it, corrals it for out number 1. It's going to send Marisnik to the plate. He's going to come in and pinch hit for the relief pitcher Weathers, who the Braves got to for a run last inning. So that'll clear the deck on him. Weathers, 2 innings pitched. No earned run. The one run he gave up was the error by Fernando Tatis, but the runner was put into place by his own error, a balk that sent Ozzie to second base. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Marisnik, and it's outside the zone. It's 1-1. As the top of the order will be due up next. Adam Frazier hit a solo shot to begin the game. He is on deck, and here comes the ball. It's hit against the shift on the right-hand side. Ozzie gives chase. He corrals the ball, guns it over to first, but Marisnik too fast, and he'll be sitting on first base with a single that you could as well put an asterisk on because it was set up only because of the shift. They had a shift where all 3 of the defenders were far left of the second base bag. Freddie over there by his lonesome. There's no way he could have made the play and got back to first. So it was basically hit into no man's land. The ball didn't even reach the infield clay, and Padres got something brewing. First pitch is inside to Frazier, and it's 1-0. That's that thing about that shift. You see them do it, and you see them always talk about how well it works, but you never hear them talk about when it doesn't work. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Frazier as Darnold sits up on the outside part and fastball swinging, and it's a strike, and the ball is gunned down to second base as Marisnick is trying to steal, and it looks like he's going to get just in under the tag, and doesn't look like there's going to be any bit of a challenge. It looked like he just got under the tag, and so it is a 1-1 count. Man, that is close. Atlanta may want to look at that because it looked like he probably got in under the tag, but Marisnick was tagged on the elbow as he was coming in. It looks like he just beat it. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and slider in the dirt, swung on and foul down the right field line. And it's 1-2 to Frazier. Sitting on deck is the dangerous Fernando Tatis Jr. You know he wants to make up for that inning, for the error last inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and swung on and roped into center field. Marisnick had to pause, wasn't sure if it was going to get caught, so he's going to be stuck at third base. It's going to be runners on the corners, as the ball was just missed the outstretched glove of Dansby Swanson, and Ozzie Albies was just to the right of it. So you're going to have runners on first and third. So runners on the corners, one away, and the dangerous Fernando Tatis coming up. It was a line drive single that went to center field, and normally I think Marisnick scores on that, but he was concerned with the shift that it was going to get caught up the middle. So here comes Tatis, and he's digging in, and it is going to be very difficult to navigate out of this, hoping for a strikeout or a double play. But you're going to have to play double play depth, so you can't put the infield in. If you do that, you're asking for danger. It's just the bottom of the fifth inning as Tatis steps in. This season with runners in scoring position, he's got a 389 batting average and over a 1,200 OPS. First pitch is on the way and is swung on and miss. Slider outside the zone. It's 0-1. Tatis opened up on that swing. A little over anxious there. They'll set up on the 0-1 pitch. After a pickoff attempt, goes back to first base, trying to keep Adam Frazier honest. Also trying to keep the double play intact. So here's the 0-1 pitch. Darno now sits on the outside part of the plate, and it's same location, same pitch. It's a swinging miss slider, almost the exact same location, and it's 0-2. Will they go to the well there one more time? Atlanta is tied up here, 0-2. Tied up here with an 0-2 count on Fernando Tatis. Pickoff attempt back over to first base and to no avail. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Unoa trying to get Tatis out with no damage done. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Darnold sets up outside for the slider again, but this time the ball is in the dirt. And this time Frazier timed it perfectly. He's going to run from first to second, gets a stolen base easily as that ball went in the dirt. And it is now second and third, just one away. The double play no longer intact. But Tatis down to his last strike. That's the 107th stolen base by the San Diego Padres, second in the Major League Baseball. And here is a slider hung inside the zone, hammered down the third base line, just foul. We'll reset this. Tatis catching up with that slider. It's the fifth slider in a row. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Darno sets up on the outside part of the plate and swung on and missed. Strike number 3. And that is a huge second out, as that will put runners on second and third, but now 2 away. A fly ball will not give them the lead, and it brings up left-handed swinging Jurickson Profar with Manny Machado on deck. Tatis goes back to the dugout, taking off his gloves in disgust. Trying to dance out of this jam. And here's Profar. Pass it. Slider misses inside, wide and inside, and it's 1-0. Profar with the 1-0 count on him now. He's 0 for 2 for the night. Inoa up to 79 pitches through 5 innings for 4 2/3. And here's the 1-0 pitch. Missed inside. It's now 2-0. Dangerous situation here because you've got the very dangerous Manny Machado on deck. Though it would be a righty-righty matchup, I would think would much rather face Profar in this situation. We'll see how he navigates through here. Righty versus lefty. Here's the slider. And inside strike is called, and it's 2-1. Inoa trying to get out of this jam and send the Braves to a tie game to the next inning. As 2-1 pitch swung on and missed, slider in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Two pitch as runners on second and third, they lead off, and Frazier is getting a pretty good lead. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is inside, slider, and it hits the toe of Jurickson Profar, so he's going to get bailed out here. It's going to load the bases for the very dangerous Manny Machado. Bases are loaded, 2 away, and he missed inside on that slider one too many times. The ball goes in, hits Profar on the foot, doesn't look like it did any damage. Almost a perfect way to get hit by a pitch, a slow slider that hits him on the toe, and he's smiling about it as he stands on first base. So here the scene is set. Manny Machado, career with the bases loaded, and 89 at bats is a .348 batting average, 11 grand slams. Atlanta in Slam Diego, and it's a 3-3 game. Bases loaded, 2 away, and the first pitch is outside slider for ball number 1. Machado is able to reach. It's the left-handed slugger Eric Hosmer standing on deck. And slider swung on and missed by Machado. It's 1-1. Noah's been living on that slider. But has done a very good job of keeping it in and out of the zone. Not necessarily something you can just automatically take. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Machado, who digs in and a little bit high and out of the zone inside. Slider got away from, on that one. It's 2-1 as Machado is going to be sitting dead red here. Will he go to the well again? And here's a slider, and he hung it again. It is hit high. It is hit hard. It is hit deep. It is gone. Manny Machado hits his 12th career grand slam, his 27th home run of the year. And Brian Snitker leaves Enoa in one too many batters. It's 7-3. San Diego, bottom of the 5th inning, 2 away. Just another Frisbee slider. That last pitch before that, very, very similar. This one stayed in the zone. It was about belt high. Easy to second guess Snitker, but the first thing you're going to think is why did he face? And Snitker now comes out after the damage is done. We'll head to quick break, and the bullpen is coming in. Enoa has exited 4 2/3 innings, 7 runs. The Braves trail 7-3. It's just the 5th inning. Stay with us here on Braves Baseball.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn. Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn. Touchdown Auburn. Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I've seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, as the Braves just gave up a grand slam to Manny Machado, leaving Enoa in the game 1 too many batters, and that'll bring AJ Minter into the game, as he'll inherit a game in which the Braves are trailing now 7-3. We'll clean up the books on Machado here, on Enoa here in 1 second. It's 4 2/3, 7 hits, 7 runs, all of them earned, 6 strikeouts, and 3 home runs allowed. So I'm sure the first question is going to be asked after the game to Sticker is, why was he allowed to be in there for the third home run? If Atlanta loses this game, they'll go down to just a half game lead over the Philadelphia Phillies. Atlanta trailing 7-3, but we still have a lot of baseball left. Atlanta has gotten to their bullpen quickly as well. So 4 runs and 4 more at bats. It's not, hope is not lost yet, Braves fans. This looks to be one heck of a high scoring game. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's inside, almost hits Hosmer, 97 miles an hour. One of those life flash before your eyes type pitches, and it's 2-2 now as Hosmer hit a solo home run himself in the second inning. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Darno sits on the outside part of the plate, and fastball at the letters fouled back, 97 miles an hour, and we'll do it again, 2-2. As here comes the pitch. Two, and fastball fouled back, 97 miles an hour, and we'll do it again. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it is swung on, cutter, banged into the dirt, and Ozzie Albies gets it over to Freddie Freeman. That is the third out of the inning, and the Braves are out of it, but not before. It is a 7-3 lead by the Padres. We head to the top of the 6th.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. As the Atlanta Braves are trailing 7-3 after the Manny Machado grand slam. In trying to chip away at this. We head back to the top of the sixth. And it looks like we've got a pitching change. It's Nabil Krismet, who's got a 2.99 ERA, right-hander, 21 walks and 66 strikeouts in 775 innings pitched. And he'll face Eddie Rosario, righty versus lefty. Here's the first pitch, and it's a curveball for strike number one. Jake Marisnik will stay in the game to play left field. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fouled on the outside part of the plate, and it is 0-2. Rosario trying to get on to get something going here, as Atlanta obviously can't get it all back with one swing. If he can get on, get things going, it'll be Darno Swanson in the pitcher spot. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and just fouled off. Change up outside the zone, and it's 0-2. Looking around the SEC scoreboard, Kentucky leads South Carolina 13-7. And the Vols trail the Gators 24-14. Here's a fastball high and inside as it sends Rosario down to a crouch position on his knee, and it's 1-2. Krisnet eyeing fastball high, and it's 2-2, and he gets set for the delivery on the 2-2 pitch, and fastball inside one more time. It's 3-2. So here we go. Full count to Rosario. Can he get something cooking here to get the Braves back in it? They trail by 4, but we're just in the 6th inning. So 4 more at bats. And here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's hit foul down the first base side. We'll redo this. Full count. 3-2 with Travis Darno on deck. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and swung on a miss out of the zone. Looked like a slider in the dirt. It is strike number 3 and out number 1 as we begin the 2nd inning. That'll bring Travis Darno to the plate, hitting .228 with 7 home runs, and Dansby Swanson follows him with the pitcher spot in the hole. Here's the first pitch, and sinker down low. It's 1-0. Thanks for joining us here for Braves baseball tonight. 1-0 pitch is way off the plate, and it's ball 2. We'll not be here tomorrow because of the football broadcast, but we will be back Tuesday night, 7:20 first pitch, Braves versus Phillies. And curveball on the outside part of the plate. It's 3-0. So Darno trying to get on base, get something going, as Atlanta trails by 4, but plenty of time left in this one. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and outside, that's ball number 4. So Darno heads to first base, and the Braves have 1 on, 1 out with Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Dansby Swanson walked in the 3rd inning and scored a run. Atlanta trying to get out of San Diego. Still holding on to the lead in the National League East. Here is the slider down low, but it is called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Atlanta finishes the year. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Inside for a ball. Slider misses, and it's 1-1. Atlanta finishes the year with 3 at home against Philly and then 3 at home against the Mets. The Phillies will be in Atlanta for 3 and then travel to the Marlins, the pesky Marlins. So here is the 1-1 pitch and swung on and missed. It's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And outside, ball 2. It's 2-2. So here we go again. Atlanta. 2-2 pitch and fastball inside. Just off the bat of Swanson. It looked like it almost hit his hand, but it did hit the bat and goes foul. So it'll be 2-2 once again. Atlanta trying to get something going here. Dansby Swanson with the 2-2 count. The 6th pitch of the at bat headed on the way. Christmas with 17 pitches already in this inning. And here's the 2-2 pitch, change up, hammered down the left field. Not going to quite get in down the line. So it'll be runners on first and second, 1 away, and that'll send up in the pitcher spot. We're going to get a pinch hitter. Let's see who they decide to go with the righty up there. You do have Jock Peterson you can pull off the bench. We'll see if that's where they go. It does look like they are going to go to Jock Peterson. So with one swing of the bat here, we could be right back in the ball game. It's 7-3 Atlanta, but the game still hanging in the balance for sure. We're in the top of the 6th inning, and Braves trailing by 4, but they got 2 on and just 1 away with Peterson stepping in and the top of the order due behind him. Atlanta trying to find a way to be in first place when they head back home Tuesday to Atlanta to face the Phillies in a 3-game set that will have enormous implications on who wins the National League East in 2021. 2 teams who've been hot and cold, but for sure the 2 best teams in the National League East this year. Here's the first pitch, and it's low, ball 1. Atlanta has dealt with much more devastating injuries than what Philadelphia has dealt with this year, and it has allowed the Phillies to hang around. But no excuses now, as we've just got a few games left in the season, and it's put up or shut up time in the National League East. Atlanta tries to win their 4th consecutive NL East flag. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and inside, ball number 2. 2 consecutive changeups from Christmas. He's trying to work the inside part of the plate. And Atlanta hanging on to all hope here. Here's a changeup, and it's shot down the infield, and it's going to get in between first and second, gets to right field. Jock Peterson's going to go around, motor around into second base for a double. The runner will score from second. We've got runners on second and third, 1 out. And Jock Peterson gets a double. It is now 7-4. Atlanta's right back in this. Went to the well one too many times. Looked like that was another changeup, and it hung up inside. He hit. It was 3 changeups in a row. The first 2 missed inside. The last one got quite a bit of the plate. And Atlanta now sits here with runners on second, third, 1 away, and Jorge Soler comes up as he gets called first strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and swung on and miss, and that's strike number 2. It's 0-2. Jorge Soler trying to find a way to get him in. Here comes another changeup, tempting in the dirt, but he lays off it. It's 1-2. Atlanta trails 7-4. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Runners on second and third, and fisted inside 90 miles an hour, but it's going to make its way back to the stands. So we'll do this again at 1-2. Jorge Soler looks like he broke his bat, so he has to go back and grab a new bat. And Soler trying to find a way to poke one into the outfield. It would score 2, as you've got Peterson standing on second base. He should score anything that reaches the outfield. Soler reaches out. It is hung up. It is high. It is far. It is deep. It's going back. Home run, 3-run shot. We've got ourselves a tie baseball game in San Diego. Jorge Soler knocks it out of the park in left center field. And just like that, Atlanta ties the game up 7-7, 420 feet, 106 miles an hour. And what an at bat, what a swing by Soler. Christmas giving up 4 runs in just a third of an inning, and Atlanta ties it up 7-7. That'll bring Freddie Freeman to the plate, and he is 0 for 1. If you're just joining us, 7-7, we have had ourselves a heck of a ball game so far, and we're just in the 6th inning. Jorge Soler, have yourself a home run there. Just kind of leaned out over the plate and shot it. The way the outfielders were giving chase, it looked like it was going to be a double, and that ball just kept carrying, and it is now 7-7. So that grand slam erased from the inning before with the 3-run shot from Soler. Tied up here 7-7. Here's Freddie Freeman. He swings at 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and he's going to ground it over to second base. And it looks like he's going to be safe. They were playing the shift, and Tatis let the ball go by to give it to Frazier, who was playing much deeper. By the time the ball got to Frazier, he was going to have one heck of a rocket throw to throw out Freeman, who may not be the fleetest of foot, but he is a guy who definitely hustles. And so we've got runners on. We got a runner on first, 1 away. That's going to bring up Ozzie. We'll have a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Baseball.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here, Braves fans, as we're going through a pitching change in San Diego. The Braves have just tied it up. It's going to bring in Dinelson Lamet. You might remember him as one of the top prospects in baseball. He's had some arm injury issues, so they've put him in the bullpen, and he steps in to face Ozzie Albies. It'll be righty-lefty as they turn Ozzie back around. Jorge Soler just hit a 3-run jack to tie the game at 7 apiece. And then Freddie Freeman beat out an infield single, a play where Tatis probably should have made the effort to grab the ball and toss it over to second, but he left it for Frazier and gave Frazier no chance of getting Freddie at first. So pitches in the dirt and it's 1-0. Definitely looking back on it, Tatis should have made the play. There was just going to be no way to get Freddie out. I think he underestimated Freddie's speed and also his hustle. We know Freddie always hustles on every play. So here we go, the 1-0 pitch and hammered foul. It's 1-1. Ozzie trying to find a way to get Braves trying to get a lead here as they have trailed 3-0, 3-2, tied it up at 3-3 and then 7-3, and fastball on the outside part of the plate fouled off again. It's 1-2. And then after the 4 that were given up in the bottom of the 5th, they've answered with 4 in the top of the 6th, and it's now 7-7. 7 runs, 9 hits for Atlanta, 7 runs, 7 hits, and an error for the Padres. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Dinelson steps off and throws over to first to chase Freddie back. We do know Freddie will steal from time to time, still 1-2. And we'll get back to it on a 1-2 pitch after the pickoff attempt. And it's fouled off. It'll be now 1-2 again. Austin Riley on deck, just 1 away. Atlanta trying to add to the 4 runs they've already put across in this inning, tying the game up at 7 apiece. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's shot into center field for a single and quickly back into the infield. But the Braves have runners on first and second. And 1 out. And that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. The Braves rally continues. Anybody out there who plays the spreads or fantasy football, we will have handicappers on here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon, as we talk all the fantasy football and all of the NFL spreads. 62% winning percentage the last 6 years. All right, here we go. It is a first and second, one away. Austin Riley digs in to ready for the pitch from Lamet. It's righty versus righty. And the first pitch comes, and it is a slider high in the zone, but they're going to call it a strike, and it's 0-1. Riley 2 for 3 on the night, bringing his batting average up to 304. Here comes the pitch on the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt. Gets away from Caratini, and Freddie Freeman and Ozzie Albies are going to take a base. They're standing now on second and third. Great base running, quick reactions, and at second and third, just one away. It's a hard slider that bounced in the dirt. Caratini jumped in front of it, but it bounced away from him just enough for Freeman and Ozzie to each take a base. And it's a 1-1 pitch to Riley. Slider swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Riley just now needing a fly ball to take the lead for Atlanta, or anything to the right side of the infield. Riley digs in with Duvall on deck. 1-2 pitch, and fastball right down the pipe, 98 miles an hour. Caught Riley flat-footed, and it is out number 2 with strike number 3. Riley looked like he might have been looking for something off speed and away, and they went in with the hard stuff inside. So that'll put Duvall up to the plate with 2 on, 2 out, runners on second and third. A single would definitely get at least 1 run in, if not 2. The fleet-footed Ozzie Albies is standing on second base. So here's the first pitch, and it is another ball that gets away. This time, Caratini is able to corral it before runners can advance, and it's 1-0. Get you caught up on that scoreboard. Tennessee is now down by 17 to Florida in the fourth quarter. And Kentucky still holding on to their 6-point lead against South Carolina. That game's being played in Columbia. 1-0 pitch as we get set here. 1-0 pitch, 2 on, 2 out. And the delivery, fastball, popped up, high, foul, but it will be out of play. And it's 1-1. Shocker of the day is probably Clemson falling in college football, knocking them out of the college playoff conversation for good now. And Notre Dame getting a big win against Wisconsin. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, fouled out of play once again, 97 miles an hour and just outside the zone, but it'll be 1-2. Adam Duvall is hitting .303 with runners on, .336 with runners in scoring position, just .177 with the bases empty. Most of us believe it's because when the bases are empty, he's swinging for the downs. When runners are on, he's just trying to move them across, which I think is the mindset of a lot of players nowadays, because it's the long ball that gets you paid, right? Duvall steps out of the box and Blue gives him time. So we'll reset here. It's a 1-2 pitch. And taking quite the time for him and Lamet to get set. And here's the 1-2 pitch. as they get set. And here's the delivery. Carantini sits outside, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed. That'll end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves tie it up. It's 7-7. We're heading to the bottom of 6.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown. The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Braves baseball as Atlanta ties it up. It's 7-7. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. Atlanta scoring 4 runs in the top of the 6th, answering the 4 runs by San Diego just the half frame before. Getting you caught up to date on the scoreboard. Tennessee is now down by 17 to Florida in the 4th quarter. And Kentucky looks like they've salted it away. They're up by 9 late in the 4th. This will bring Chris Martin into the game, who has struggled recently, trying to get him ready. The Atlanta Braves are going to beat Philly if they're going to get into the postseason. If they're going to do anything in the postseason, they've got to get this man going. That's for sure. Chris Martin from Arlington, Texas. And the 6'8" Texan fires a fastball outside part of the plate. It's 95 miles an hour on the black, and it's 0-1. Will Myers digs in. He has singled in the 2nd. He scored a run, 17 home runs on the year. In righty versus righty matchup. Darnode sets up, and second pitch is low for ball number 1. Got the 1-1 count on Will Myers, hitting 257 and a 774 OPS on the year. Chris Martin relieving Minter, who did his job coming in, putting out the fire previous inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a called strike. Will Myers is arguing it, and I have to agree with Will Myers. That is a low strike that was called there. Here's the 1-2 pitch, set up outside, and swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider gets Myers retired, and that'll bring up the left-handed swinging Trent Grisham. Myers still barking back at Blue for that low second strike that was called. Look, we'll take it, but that was definitely a very questionable pitch. Although Atlanta's had many questionable pitches called on them here in this game. Blue's been a little inconsistent with the zone. He might have been blocked by Darnode in that sequence. The ball fell out of eyesight. It's one of those situations where they just go with where they think the ball felt because his glove didn't move much. They called it a strike. Here's the first pitch to Grisham, who digs in. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Chris Martin trying to get a clean inning for once here. He comes in a tie ball game, but still just the 6th inning. So Atlanta, here's a changeup, and it is hammered into right field. That ball is up against the wall on the track, and Grisham cruises into second base. You got runners, got a runner on second. There's only one away. That's going to bring up Carantini, the catcher, with the pitcher spot due up next. Actually, it'll be Marisnik, the left fielder, after the switch last inning. He will be due up next. So to reset that, Grisham stands on second, 1 away. Carantini, the catcher, is coming up, and he is 0 for 2 with a pop out. And after him, it will be Marisnik, who's fleet of foot. Here's the first pitch. And that ball was a lot closer than the strike that Myers was angry about, and it's called ball number 1. Blue giving them one back, I guess. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Carantini. Darnode on the outside part of the plate. It crosses him back over. 95 miles an hour, a little low, but it's called a strike. Essentially the same place that the first pitch was thrown. And that'll set up a 1-1 count. Carantini digs in, ready for the 1-1 pitch. It's been sinker fastball so far. And here's a slider down low, called a ball, and it's 2-1. Two and one count as Chris Martin's delivered on the mound. He does get the sign now, and here's the 2-1 count. Darnode sits up on the outside part of the plate and fires a fastball, hit foul, and it's 2-2, 95 miles an hour just off the plate. But Carantini thought it was too close to take, so it's 2-2. Grisham stands on second base after a double, a line drive hit to the right fielder. Soler got it back in quickly. Grisham with some wheels could have turned that into 3. Chris Martin trying to work out of this mess again. He's got himself into. Here's the 2-2 count. The 2-2 pitch. Slow it on the way, and it is a slider hit into the outfield. The shift does the Braves in again, and it is 8-7 San Diego as Grisham comes around to score. Atlanta now trail 8-7. Carantini with the single and the RBI, and that'll send Jake Marisnik to the plate. 217 average, but he is 1 for 1 on the night. Chris Martin once again comes in and gives up an important run. Don't know how many times they can go back to Chris Martin in these high leverage situations. And here's the first pitch. It's dropped down by Marisnik. It is an attempted, but Riley charges. He fires to first base and gets it to Freeman, and it looks like he got him by a half step. Blues calling him out. Carantini to second base. Marisnik's looking around. San Diego might be challenging this. Barehanded snag by Riley. He fired it across his body to Freddie Freeman. Looking at the replay, it looks like that the ball reached Freddie's glove. I mean, it is bang, bang. You could probably slide a piece of paper underneath this foot. It's so close. Because it's called an out without definitive angle to show his foot is being blocked essentially by the camera view by Freddie's outstretched foot. San Diego is going to try to challenge this. Now, typically, they haven't overturned these things. Typically, you have to have absolute angle that shows that blue is wrong. I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is a bang bang play that if you asked 100 people, 50 are going to tell you he's out and 50 are going to tell you he's safe. So you would think the play would stand, but we also know, Braves fans, all the way back to the game against Philly at the beginning of the year, blue doesn't always make the right replay call. He is going to call him out, and Marisnik is not happy. Tingle from the Padres dugout is not happy either, but I don't think you had enough to overturn that. So it's going to be a runner on second base, 2 away. Really, what's being overshadowed by this is an outstanding play by Riley. It's a drop bunt by the right-hand Marisnik, who can fly. Riley came in and charged it barehanded, the ball, and gunned him down, firing across his body. Incredible play. Probably 5 people on the planet can make that play. And Austin Riley gets the second out, scored for the Braves, and that'll put the leadoff hitter back up, Frazier, who hit a home run back in the first inning. And here's the first pitch, and it swung on and banged into the ground. Over to Freddie Freeman. It's an easy play, so he'll toss it over to Martin. Martin steps on the bag. The Braves are out of it with just 1 run being the damage. It is 8-7 San Diego. We head to the top of the 7th. The Braves are grabbing their bats. We'll be back in a flash.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn.
covered with 2 layers of cowhide and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Mac Magee on the call here, and Atlanta trails 8-7 as we've got our barn burner here tonight, and Dinelson Lamet will go back out to the mound. It's going to be Eddie Rosario due up as Braves have left 7 on base tonight. The Padres just 2. Of course, I guess that's what happens when you hit a grand slam. You don't leave a lot on base. It just shows you how many runs the Braves could have, as Rosario will start off our top of the 7th inning. It'll be Rosario, Darnode, Swanson, and if anybody gets on the pitcher spot, Jock Peterson's already been burned as a pinch hitter. Here's the first pitch, and it's high and outside for ball number 1. Rosario 1 for 3 on the night, and fastball inside fouled back, and it is 1-1. Lamet, one of the more talented prospects in all of baseball just a couple of years ago, but injuries have just derailed him. And San Diego's trying to figure out a way to use him without wearing him down. So they've put him in the bullpen as he's came back from the IL for the 3rd time this year. 1-1 pitch on the outside part of the plate, 96 on the black, and it is 1-2. Rosario, lefty versus righty here. It's a severe right-handed shift or shift to the right side. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Slider popped up, and it is an easy play on the left side of the infield as Manny Machado gives chase and catches it near the third base bag for out number 1. Travis Darnode steps in. He is 0 for 2 tonight. And so he gets ready to take the first pitch. It is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Darnode did reach on a walk and scored in the 6th inning. Here's the 0-1 count to Darnode. Carantini sits up on the outside part of the plate, drifts back inside, 97 miles an hour. He hits it high. He hits it deep. He hits it far to the warning track. Grisham's on the run. He'll make the catch as he'll bang into the wall and hold on to the ball. It is out number 2. Travis Darnode gave that a ride. That's going to bring up Dansby Swanson. Dansby is 1 for 2 on the night, has scored 2 runs. Walked. Luke Jackson warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. Here's first pitch to Jackson, and it's a slider. It's taken for a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And slider, it's 0-2. Set up on the 0-2 pitch. And slider down and away, strike 3. And that'll do it for the top of the 7th. The Braves trail 8-7. We head to break. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Baseball.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz,
Touchdown, Florida State. Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
You're a fan of the ACC? Pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Braves trail by 1. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get you caught up real quick on the scoreboard around Major League Baseball. Cardinals win their 15th consecutive game. Yankees beat the Red Sox 5-3. Rays 7-3 winners over the Marlins. Brewers lead the Mets 2-1 late in the game. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 4-1, and the Rockies lead the Giants 2-1. Both are in the 6th and 5th inning, respectively. Get into the standings here in a moment as Luke Jackson comes into the game. Atlanta leading Philadelphia by just 1 game. If they were to fall here tonight, it would be down to a half game with 1 more to play before the 3-game series versus Philadelphia in Atlanta. Here's the first pitch, curveball hit hard and banged high. He banged deep to the warning track. Jorge Soler is giving chase. He'll catch it on the run, and it's out number 1. Atlanta trails 8-7 here. 1 pitch, 1 out to start off the 7th inning. As much as Jackson has struggled in years past, he's got a 1.99 ERA. One of the better surprises out of the bullpen this year. Guys like Shane Green that didn't work out at all. Chris Martin, who's struggled through injuries. Will Smith, the closer, who has not lived up to that term. It's a final in Kentucky, or final in South Carolina, excuse me. Kentucky wins 16-10, Southeastern Conference college football. 1-0 pitch is on the way to Cronenworth, and it's outside again. It's 2-0, 97 miles an hour, just missed outside. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And called for a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 86 miles an hour. Look like a slider, and it's 2-1. Setting up that same area again. Here comes the pitch. Slider bang to the right side of the infield. Ozzie drops it, bobbles it, fires it over to first. Freddie's got it, and just in time to get Cronenworth, who was hustling down the first base line. There's 2 away. Ball just went under Ozzie's glove as he went to scoop it up. He was able to regain his composure, grab the ball barehanded, and fire it down to first base line. Freddie had to reach into the base path. There was no collision, but it was close. And there's 2 away as Ozzy's readjusting his 37 chains around his neck, so he's ready for the next play. By the way, Florida's salting away that Tennessee game now. They lead by 17, 2:55 left. It's 31-14. Hope you didn't take the over on that one. Here's the first pitch to Machado. He bangs it into the ground, and it is a line drive caught by Dansby Swanson on his knees. It'll end the inning. Both Swanson and Machado laughing as it spun Dansby around. That'll send us to the top of the 8th. The Braves trail by just 1 run. Let's get some runs. We'll be back in a flash.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Full slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm talking low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. And the pitcher spot is due up. We'll find out who the pinch hitter is going to be. Then we'll roll it over to the top of the order, Soler and Freddie Freeman. If anyone gets on, it'll be Ozzie Albies. There's a pitching change in San Diego as Emilio Pagan comes up, and hard-throwing right-handed pitcher, 4.43 ERA, 18 walks, 68 strikeouts, and 61 innings. And it's going to be Adrianza stepping up to the plate. So Adrianza tries to get on and get something going here as the lineup will flip over here. Top of the 8th. This is the best chance for Atlanta to get something going. Down by 1 with only 2 ups left. You'll have the heart of the order rolling over here in just a second. Top of the order. And here's the first pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 95 miles an hour. Called strike, and it's 0-1 to Adrianza. Adrianza hitting 246 on the year. Does have 4 home runs. 718 OPS. So not quite a light hitting infielder. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball high. Did Adrianza offer at it? He did not. It's 1-1. A lot of big games tomorrow in the National Football League. We'll be getting it going at 10 a.m. Eastern here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. And we're going to be talking the spreads and fantasy football 10 a.m. to noon tomorrow. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low and inside. Ball 2. It's 2-1. Emilio Pagan, right-handed pitcher. Not large in stature, but man, he brings it. He's from Simpsonville, South Carolina. And he hangs a slider. It's hit high. It's hit hard. It's hit deep to right field. Will Myers going back against the wall. Feet on the warning track. And the ball's just going to die short of the seats. It's out number one. One away, but Adrianza gave that a ride. Just missed that. I think if that's a little earlier in the game where the wind was blowing out, I think it's most definitely a home run. That puts in Soler, fastball in on the fist, fouled back behind the seats, and it's 0-1. Soler's 2 for 3 on the night. Hitting a 3-run bomb that tied us up at 7-7, 25 home runs on the year. So he tries to get something going. Freddie Freeman is on deck. It looks like Matzik is getting ready in the bullpen. And fastball 98 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate. It's ball one. Florida up 38-14 over Tennessee with just a minute left in the game or so. So that game is pretty much over. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball fired past Soler. Inside, swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. He had a mighty cut on that. He's trying to tie the game up once again. Swinging so hard, you're not even sure if his eyes were open. It was that hard of a swing. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung high and out of play, 98 miles an hour. And it's 1-2 again. You can groove one of those. Emilio's fastball is going to supply its own speed. Emilio sounds familiar. Emilio Pagan, he pitched for the Mariners, A's, and Tampa Bay Rays prior to coming to San Diego 2 years ago. Here comes a fastball. It's hit into the hole to Tatis. Tatis grabs it. He's going to fire it over to first base off balance, and he guns down Soler for out number 2. Beat him by about a step. Nice play by Tatis. Very athletic play, throwing off his right foot as a right-handed thrower to first base. Not an easy play at all. And that'll make Freddie Freeman come in, tying run at the plate, and quickly it's 0-1 as he fouls off the first pitch. Freddie had a single in the 6th inning. He's 1 for 4. One swing could tie this up with Freddie Freeman. Here comes the pitch, and 0-1. Slider in the dirt, and it's 0-2. So Freddie down to his last strike. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and high and outside. Ball one, 97 miles an hour. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Freddie as he digs in. Braves just trailing by 1 run. And it's a changeup on the outside part of the plate, way outside, and we got ball number 2. I took the under on the Tennessee-Florida game, and Tennessee's running a no huddle with 32 seconds left. Thankfully, it'll easily cover, but that would really be making me angry right now if that wasn't the case. 2-2, the count to Freddie. Braves trail 8-7. And fastball inside 97 miles an hour. We've got a full count to Freddie Freeman, Emilio Pagan, and full count. We'll see what Freddie can dial up here with Ozzie Albies standing on deck if he can get on. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he reached for one out of the zone. It's going to be a weak fly ball to center field, and that'll do it. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves trail by just one run. Hosmer, Myers, and Grisham are due up.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. We trail by just 1 run, heading to the bottom of the 8th. Real quick on the scoreboard, college football scoreboard looks like this. Look around the top 25. Bama's rolling over Southern Miss 56-14. Auburn 34-24 winners over Georgia State. Clemson loses to NC State 27-21. And Florida, it's a final in Gainesville, 38-14 over Tennessee. Georgia 62-0 over Vanderbilt. Georgia Tech is pounding North Carolina 35-14. And Michigan State and Nebraska are tied up at 20. Michigan squeaks past Rutgers 20-13. Notre Dame wins, and we begin the bottom of the 8th. Matzik comes in. First pitch wide out of the zone, and it's 1-0. Ohio State all over Akron, 52-7. And Oklahoma, West Virginia, they're tied 13-13 in Norman with 4 minutes left in that one. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's slider bounced outside and to Riley. It's going to be an easy play for Riley, and it's going to be out number 1 as he guns it over to first. Freddie Freeman with the snag. Eric Hosmer gives way to Will Myers, who's 1 for 3 on the day. It's 256 batting average, 772 OPS, and 17 home runs. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat to Myers as Matzik gets set, and fastball outside the zone. It's 1-0. Braves Padres at it back tomorrow. at 4 o'clock, and then 7:20 on Tuesday, off day on Monday. Here's the 1-0 pitch, high and in the zone. It's 1-1 fastball on the outsider edge. We won't be here for the game tomorrow as I've got football duty, but we will be back here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all of the Phillies games we will have here on Armchair Quarterbacks. Please like and subscribe. And big series against Philly, as 1-2 is the count on a swinging strike, and we get ready for the 1-2 pitch from Matzik, delivered into Myers, and he fouls it back, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Atlanta trying to get a W here, trailing by 1. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and swung on and missed. Slider at the knees, strike 3, and there's 2 away. To start off your top of the 9th inning, it's going to be Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, and Adam Duvall. So you got to like that going into the top of the 9th. Just got to keep them at bay here, keep the Padres from scoring. Here comes Trent Grisham. Grisham has 2 doubles and a run already in this game. Lefty versus lefty matchup. And here's the first pitch, high around the headline area, nowhere near his head. It was over the plate, but about a foot over his shoulders, and it's 1-0. Matzik looks in. Here's the pitch, and fastball swung on and hit back foul. It's 1-1, 96 miles an hour. Here's the 1-1 pitch as Matzik digs in, gets the sign from Darno. Grisham had stepped out of the box. He gets back in. He's set. And the 1-1 pitch. Fastball high around the letters. It's 2-1. Cincinnati and Washington are tied at the bottom of the 8th as the Reds are trying to stay in the wild card race. It's kind of a losing effort here with the Cardinals forgetting how to lose over the last couple of weeks. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 2-2. Padres down to the last strike. The Braves try to get out of this inning without giving up any damage, staying within 1 run, see what they can get going in the top of the 9th. You would think Melanson would probably be back out there on the hill. The good news from that is they probably wouldn't use Melanson 3 nights in a row. Here is fastball across the letters, fouled back. It is 2-2. Matzik with 1 strikeout so far. Grisham digging in with his 15 home runs on the year. Battling mano-a-mano fastball versus fastball hitter. And Darno sets up across the plate, 98 miles an hour across the chest, and it's popped up high. Dansby Swanson has it over on the left side of the infield, and just on the grass, he'll make the catch. And we head to the 9th. It's rally time. Braves down 1. Ozzie, Riley, and Duvall up to bat next.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you?
I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible's going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazode. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Okay, last up here for Atlanta as we head to the top of the 9th, down a run, but the heart of the order is due up. Ozzie Albies will be the first up. It'll be Ozzie, it'll be Riley, and it'll be Duval. A combined 99 home runs in the next 3 batters. Atlanta trailing just 1 run. Here we go. It will be Mark Melancon, so that eliminates him essentially from tomorrow. So it'll be Melancon. Can't figure with San Diego being out of it that they'll send Melancon to the hill again tomorrow. So if it is a close game, they would probably dodge Melancon. Remember, he's lived on that knuckle curve when he gets ahead in the count. So you got to be sitting on that. If you do get behind, you have to be expecting it. He pretty much lives on that pitch, throws it about 60 to 70% of the time, depending on the outing. Melancon digs in. Ozzie ready for the pitch. And Melancon waddles back and forth, gets ready to throw the first pitch of the inning. And it's a knuckle curve across for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Called for the first strike. And Ozzie trying to get something going here. And the 0-1 pitch. It's fastball up around the chest, and it's cutter. It's 0-2. Right up there with the letters. I think Ozzie was probably sitting on that knuckle curve, which now that he's got an 0-2 count, you can pretty much expect that almost every pitch. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and knuckle curve is down in the dirt. Ozzie does a half swing. They do the appeal down at third base. Blue says no, so it'll be 1-2. Ozzie came, whoa, that was really close. That bat may have crossed the plane, but we'll take it. It's 1-2. Lance is such a difficult closer to deal with, as Braves fans everywhere echo, yeah, that's why we should have kept him. Here's the 1-2 pitch and a cutter up around the eyes. He swings at it out of the zone, and it is out number 1. That'll send Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley 2 for 4 tonight. Has yet to go yard. That's what we're needing right now. Get us back in this game. Atlanta leads Philadelphia by just 1 game. They'll be down to a half game lead, 1 in the loss column. If they lose tonight, if they're not able to score. And here's the first pitch to Riley, swung on wildly out of the zone, looked like a cutter, and it's 0-1. Looked like Riley was probably sitting dead red on that knuckle curve. Melanson mixed him up a little bit through the cutter out of the zone, and he flailed at it, trying to get contact. So out of the zone, but 0-1 nonetheless. The ball got away. Fairly irrelevant with no runners on base. So here's the 0-1 count. And cutter on the outside part of the plate. Austin Riley this time slams it up into center field. He is going to be on with the single with 1 away. And the tying run stands on first with the go-ahead run at the plate in the name of Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall with the most home runs on the Atlanta Braves roster right now. He steps in. Atlanta down a run. See what he can do. Duvall hitting just 233, but 38 home runs. We told you earlier how much higher his batting average is with runners on base, So it's crunch time, and this is probably the guy you want up at the plate. The only one better may be Freddie Freeman. Adam Duvall digs in. Also has some wheels too, so he's going to be hard to double up, you would think. See how he approaches this. As he steps out one more time. The Braves are 2 in front of Philly in the loss column, but if they lose this, it'll be just down to 1. They each have 6 games scheduled this coming week. Cutter on the outside, taken by Duvall, and it's strike number 1. So as it stands right now, Atlanta and Philly will play Tuesday through Saturday, taking Monday off. If the game is needed, Atlanta has a makeup game against the Colorado Rockies that would be most likely played on Monday. It has not been announced by the league office, but that's usually what they do. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is low and outside for ball number 1, and cutter in the dirt. Sitting on deck is the left-handed hitting Rosario. And if it goes that far, Darnode would follow him. Two cutters so far. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Melanson rocks back and throws his bread and butter, the knuckle curve, and it's banged foul, and it's 1-2. Trying to get something going here. Riley's not really the guy on third that you want to start a hit and run with, nor is Duvall the guy on the base paths. We'll see what happens here with the 1-2 pitch on the way to Riley. Melanson digs in. This is knuckle curve city. Let's see if Duvall's sitting on it, and he smacks it hard into center field, but it's going to be right at Trent Grisham for out number 2. A very hard hit ball, just the wrong direction. Hit directly at the center fielder. He had him played perfectly. There's 2 away with Eddie Rosario coming up. Needing a big hit here by Rosario. looking at tomorrow's game, so we're down to our last out. Atlanta hoping to stave off the loss here, but Joe Musgrove will go to the hill for San Diego. Really good right-hander that came from the Pirates in the offseason. And the Braves have yet to announce a starter. And knuckle curve in the dirt. It's going to roll all the way to the backstop, and it's going to be a 1-0 count. And Carantini looks like it's going to be a wild pitch, but we'll wait for the call here. That could be a pass ball. It did hit him in the glove. It went in the dirt, but it looked like it almost hit his glove before it hit the dirt. So Carantini, I believe that's going to be a pass ball. Regardless, you've got runner on second now. A 1-0 pitch. Rosario now just needing a single to tie this game up. Riley will try to get as good of a lead as he can off of second base. Here's the 1-0 count. And cutter inside, and he swung at it. It is fouled off. It's 1-1. Rosario trying to get something going. If he can get on, it'll be Travis d'Arnaud. And then Dansby Swanson. There's 2 away. Braves trail by 1. Top of the 9th inning. 8-7. San Diego leads. And the left-hander Rosario digs in. Here's the delivery from Melanson. And it's hit high. And it's going to drop down for a single. They're going to send Riley around. He's going to score all the way from second base. And the game is tied. Atlanta is tied at 8-8. It was a seeing eye single, one that fisted on the hands of Rosario. We are tied in San Diego. It's 8-8. Melanson not happy at all. Made a good pitch, but Rosario is able to fight it off just strong enough to be able to fist it in to shallow right field. A lot of top spin. In fact, he was banging himself on the helmet. He thought he had hit an out, but he got enough top spin where the ball dropped in front of Will Myers. Riley came around to score. We've got a tie game. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. And Rosario, who's got wheels for himself, will see if he stays put or if he'll try to get on his horse. Here's the first pitch, and we've got new life in San Diego. It is 0-1 knuckle curve. Uncle Charlie is definitely here at the party tonight, as those curves have been coming left and right from Melanson. It's pretty much lived cutter, knuckle curve. Here's the 0-1, and another curve banged foul into the stands, and it's 0-2. Looking in the Braves bullpen right now, Rich Rod and Will Smith are up getting warm as the collective groan from Braves country. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and knuckle curve in the dirt. It's going to be 1-2. They appealed down the first base line, but Blue says no, so it will be 1-2. The ball did not get away. Rosario not able to advance. Here we go. Michigan State did beat Nebraska in overtime in college football. Here's the 1-2 pitch as d'Arnaud gets set and Melanson gets ready to fire it in, shaking off the catcher 2 or 3 times. Here's the 1-2 pitch and hit right down the right field line. Is that going to stay fair? It looks like it is. Rosario's rounding second, heading to third. The throw coming from right field, the cutoff man, and they will not send Rosario. So it's going to be runners on second and third with a stand-up double from Travis Darnaud, as the ball was hit so sharply into the corner. When it hit right field, Myers was able to corral it very quickly, as the ball looks like it did hit the line. Wow, was that close? It hit the line, and that'll be runners on second and third now. 2 away. You would have thought that Rosario would have been able to score, but like I said, it was an absolute bullet that was hit down the right field line. They're showing the replay on that ball. That ball definitely hit the line. It is a fair ball. And there's definitely, because when the ball hits the ground, you can see the chalk move. Regardless, there's not enough to overturn that. So looks like Atlanta is challenging. Oh, they're calling that foul? That definitely looked like a fair ball. Absolutely. The chalk moved on the right field line. And they're coming on the review, and Blue is calling it a foul ball. That ball was fair. Terrible call in San Diego, and then they went for the review, an even worse call from New York. You can see where the ball made contact with the line. So we'll reset here. My apologies. The way they first set it up, it looked like that Darnaud was standing on second base. Rosario was standing on third. When the challenge came in, it appeared to be San Diego challenging, but it was actually Atlanta challenging it. So they dodged a bullet there, because terrible call by the umpires. I can't get all over the umpires in San Diego. It was way down the line and very difficult call to make. Half the ball landed on the chalk, the other half on the grass. When you look at the replay, New York gets it wrong again. And here comes the 1-2 pitch, knuckle curve, popped up high and deep into right field. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, and Caratini, Marisnik, and Frazier will be due up for the San Diego Padres. It's tied 8-8, Braves and San Diego.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. It's tied up 8-8, heading to the bottom of the ninth inning. If you're just joining us, a seesaw battle. Braves just tied it up in the top of the ninth inning, a controversial play down the line, but nonetheless, the Braves did not get the benefit of the call, so it'll be 8-8 heading to the bottom of the ninth. The Padres coming up to bat will be Rich Rodriguez coming out of the pen, not Will Smith, as the game is tied. 2.80 ERA with 61 innings pitches and 42 strikeouts. A contact pitcher, pitches to contact, but a hard throwing right-hander. And away we go. That'll bring up Victor Caratini, who is 1 for 3 on the night. Lefty versus righty matchup. And here comes Rich Rod. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's called for a ball. It's 1-0. Caratini RBI single in the 6th inning. 1-0 pitch. Fastball low and away, and it's ball 2. We'll get you caught up on the scoreboard here in a second. As 2-0 pitch, fastball hit high, hit deep, hit far into center field, back, up against the wall. Duvall has it at the wall for out number 1, a running catch. Looked like he might have gotten it. I think as the cool air has settled in here to San Diego, seen a couple of balls die there. Some have gone the Braves' ways, some haven't. Regardless, it is first out of the inning, and that'll send Jake Marisnick to the plate. It's 1 for 1, sack, bunt, run scored, and stolen base. And first pitch swinging popped up high, shallow right field. Soler is underneath it, and that's quickly 2 away. That'll bring the top of the order up. You'll get the lefty-righty matchup that the Padres want in Adam Frazier. He started this game off with a home run solo shot. Braves country hopes he's not going to end the game with the solo shot. So he digs in. He's 2 for 4 with the solo home run, a single, 2 runs scored, and a stolen base. He's had quite a night. And here is a shot down the line. It's going to rattle up against the wall quickly, and Frazier hits a sharp line drive into the corner, and he's in scoring position on second base. 2 away. San Diego trying to score the winning run. Tied up here in the bottom of the ninth. That's going to send Tatis Jr., Fernando Tatis Jr., to the plate. Not what you want, as Tatis Jr. comes up, and it looks like they're going to intentionally walk Tatis, which would bring Profar's original position to the plate, but that is now the pitcher's position. So Mark Melancon will be lifted for Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham comes off a very deep bench in San Diego. Tommy Pham hitting .232, 15 home runs, 48 RBI. And the first pitch is on the way to Pham as he digs in. And fastball inside, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. If the inning is extended and Pham gets on, it would be Manny Machado up. So definitely the guy you've got to get. You don't want the bases loaded with Machado again. Here's a fastball hit high, hit deep into center field. Duvall tracks it on the warning track, back up against the wall. He's underneath it for the out, and we're going to head to extra innings. Free baseball here. Stay with us. You're listening to Braves baseball. It's 8-8 heading to the 10th inning.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. We've got a tie game. We've got free baseball. Daniel Hudson's out of the pen, and we get the 10th inning rolling. Daniel Hudson will face Dansby Swanson, righty versus righty. And real quick around the league, looking for the American League wild card is now in a dead-footed tie between the Yankees and Red Sox. They'll play again tomorrow night. The Mariners have now tied themselves up with the Blue Jays. Blue Jays can't find a win here recently. They've lost 3 in a row, 2.5 back, and the A's are 4 back. And in the National League, it's over for all intents and purposes. You've got the Cardinals 5 up on Philly in the wild card with just 7 to play. So here we go. Let's go ahead and start it off. It'll be Travis d'Arnaud on second base as he was the last out of the previous inning. And first pitch from Daniel Hudson, who was in last night as well. And it's a ball in the dirt, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Daniel Hudson looking back at d'Arnaud on second. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. And 96 mile an hour inside. It is now 2-0. After Swanson, you will have the pitcher spot due up. Here's the 2-0 pitch getting set by Hudson as he looks in, gets a sign. Adrianza and Peterson have already been burned off of the Atlanta bench for pinch hitters, so they are not available. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Swanson. And swung on and missed down the pipe. It's 2-1, 96 miles an hour. Of course, Braves fans will remember Daniel Hudson, remember him from his days in Washington. So they're very familiar with him. Here's the 2-1 pitch. As it looks like, I'll have to get confirmation on the on deck. It almost, well, here comes the 2-1 pitch and called strike number 2, a slider. Dansby couldn't quite get the bat off his shoulders in time. kind of a half-hearted check swing, and it's 2-2. And here's the 2-2 pitch from Daniel Hudson as he digs in, sets for the delivery, strikes him out, and the ball is in the dirt. He does block it, so Darnode will not be able to advance. He offers the tag, but just to be sure, throws Swanson out down at first base. So you've got one away, and it is Orlando Arcia off the bench. Orlando Arcia will grab a bat and see if he can get a base hit here coming off the bench. Jorge Soler would be next with one away. San Diego comes out, pitching coach comes out to the mound, and Carantini, catcher, is out there too, as well as it's going to draw the whole infield. They're getting a strategy here on what they want to do here as they face Orlando Arcia, hitting just 181 on the year. Does have 2 home runs, but a 508 OPS. So he's been up and down in the Braves organization all year long. And everyone's getting set back. Caratini's back behind the plate. Hudson digs in, gets ready for the delivery. Here it goes, and it is a slider, swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Arcia, barring a double play, he would be followed by Jorge Soler, who's on deck, and Freddie Freeman in the hole. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and slider in the dirt. It is a ball, and it's 1-1. Atlanta and San Diego tied here in the top of the 10th inning. Thank you for joining us for Braves baseball. We will be back for the Tuesday night till Phillies versus Braves. So the NL East will have all 3 games here. So please like and subscribe. We'll also be carrying playoff games throughout October. And here's the 1-1 pitch as Hudson digs in here. Here's the delivery, and another slider in the dirt. Looks like Arcia held up. First base Blue agrees, and it's 2-1. So now you got a 2-1 pitch here. He's thrown 3 consecutive sliders. Will he come back with a fastball or dial up that slider again? It's the head game going on right now between Arcia, Caratini, and Hudson. And 2-1 pitch. And fastball high. And it is right outside the zone. Called a ball. Looked like a ball, but if it had been called a strike, you couldn't have argued that either. It was one of those half and halves. So we'll go with the 3-1 pitch to Arcia. So he's got to be sitting dead red here. You got to figure they don't want to put him on for Soler to come up. So here comes the 3-1 pitch, and fastball low and outside the zone, and 97 miles an hour, about 3 or 4 inches outside the zone. And it's going to be runners on first and second, 1 away, with Jorge Soler coming to the plate. Soler hit a 3-run blast to tie the game up earlier when the score was 7-4. Was following up a Manny Machado grand slam. And he gets set for the first pitch of the at bat. Here's the delivery, and slider swung on and missed. And Soler steps across the plate gives a look. Not quite sure what he was doing there, but it's 0-1 on the slider outside the zone. Freddie Freeman would be next. There is one away, so there is the double play possibility, but Freddie Freeman would be next. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Soler. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and we are now sitting at 1-1. Bases first and second, one away. Arcia stands on first. Darnold on second. It's going to have to take a solid single to get him home. And fastball on the inside corner at the knees, and it's called a strike. Soler doesn't like it, and it's 1-2. Kind of an iffy call, but I think you probably hit the zone. Definitely one that if you've got 2 strikes on you, you don't take, but he had a strike to play with. So it's 1-2 is the count. So he gets ready for the 4th pitch of the at bat. If you're just joining us, it's 8-8. Braves and Padres tied in the top of the 10th. And it's a slider in the dirt. It's 2-2. Going to bring you all the action here all October long. So please like and subscribe, and we get ready for the 2-2 pitch. Soler is digging in, getting ready, playing the cat and mouse game of fastball or slider. It's a fastball, hit high, hit deep, hit well into the corner, left field corner. It will not leave the stadium, but it is a double that clears. Darnold will come all the way home. Arcia had to hold up because he wasn't sure if the ball was going to be caught. It was hammered into the left field corner. A quick carom got the ball back in. Soler standing on second. Arcia standing on third. The Braves lead at 9-8, and it'll bring Freddie Freeman to the plate. But you got to figure the left-handed Freddie Freeman with 2 runners on and 1 away, they're going to probably intentionally walk him, which would bring up Ozzie Albies. Kind of picking the lesser of 2 evils, but trying to set up the force play, the double play, which we know Ozzie is a very difficult batter to double up, and that is what they're going to do. Freddie Freeman goes to first, so now the bases are loaded. A fly ball should definitely score Arcia. See if Ozzie plays the smart game, stays back, and the first pitch is a fastball well inside 98 miles an hour near his thighs. Ozzie dives out of the way, and it's 1-0. Probably should have let that hit him. Probably should have done. Of course, that's very easy to sit there and say. You should let a ball hit you, take one for the team. When 98 miles an hour is not coming at my thigh, so he'll regroup here. It's definitely not worth the injury. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and fastball swung on, hit high, hit deep. It's playable up against the track, and it's caught by Grisham in center, but that's going to score another run. The Braves lead it 10-8. Both runners move up. So we've got runners on second. We've got runners on third. The Braves lead it 10-8 as Arcia comes home to score. Ozzie Albies great at bat there, getting the fly ball out. Didn't miss a home run by much, and that's going to bring Austin Riley to the dish. Braves have scored 2. That's the good news. The bad news is, for those of us who are popping the antacids, Will Smith is warming up in the bullpen. So don't go anywhere. Austin Riley's 3 for 5 on the night, 3 singles, a run, 2 RBIs. A single here would do us a lot of good. You would think Freddie would probably score on most singles to the outfield. So he digs in for the first pitch, trying to get his fourth hit of the night. And the first pitch is a slider outside the zone and low. It's 1-0. Got to figure anything that is hit into the shallow outfield. Ron Washington's known as a riverboat gambler type of third base coach. You would think he would send Freddie. Here's a slider on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. That nasty slider by Daniel Hudson that he's been his calling card for years. He lives with that, his 96-mile-an-hour fastball. One of the most sought-after relievers in baseball every year. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the outside part, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Austin Riley down to his last strike. Here's 1-2 pitch. Runners on second and third. Braves lead at 10-8. Will Smith warming up in the bullpen. Looks like he will be on his way in when this inning concludes. And the 1-2 pitch swung on low in the dirt, but Austin Riley goes around at strike number 3. And we head to the bottom of the 10th. Manny Machado's due up for the San Diego Padres. Atlanta leads by 2.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
You're a fan of the ACC? Pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball as we lead by 2 runs. It's 10-8. And Atlanta coming storming back several times in this game. It's 10-8, 13 hits for Atlanta on the 10 runs. Will Smith is in now, as everyone has their collective gasp. And long game here tonight, by the way. Will Smith will come in. He's got a 4.91 ERA in his last 18 innings pitched. Yikes. And that's our closer. So the stage is set now. We'll set it up for you here as Machado will dig in, runner on second as the overtime extra innings rule, is in play. It's 10-8. The runner on second will be Tommy Pham. He was the last out of the last inning. And of course, his run is essentially meaningless. Here's fastball on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed by Machado. It's 0-1. Braves fans getting white knuckled over here because even with the 2-run lead, because of the extra inning rule, you automatically have the tying run at the plate. Manny Machado's already hit a grand slam earlier tonight. And here comes the 0-1 pitch and swung on in on the fist, and it's 0-2. It's fouled back against the screen. Going fastball here. What we've dreaded all along is that slider inside that hangs to the right-handed hitter. That's been Will Smith's Achilles heel. See if he changes his repertoire here. It's 0-2 on the pitch, and fastball called on the outside edge, and they're going to call it a strike. Fastball on the black. Machado is not happy. It's an iffy call. We'll take it for out number one. Does look like it was a strike, but blue has been very inconsistent for both sides tonight. So this is just boiling over. It's a fastball that almost had some cutter action to it as it drifted back in over the plate. That's going to bring up Hosmer. And after Eric Hosmer on deck is Will Meyer. So it's lefty-righty here against the left-handed Will Smith. The first pitch is a slider in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Hosmer also hit a home run earlier tonight. 1-0 pitch. As Will Smith gets set and he looks in with the 1-0, and it is a swing and a miss. Slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. One and one pitch. Atlanta trying to hold on here to push their lead in the National League East back to a game and a half. Braves have yet to announce a starter for tomorrow's game. And here is a weak hit ball on a slider. It's almost like an excuse me swing. And it is dribbled to shortstop where Dansby sits there waiting. He guns him down for the second out. The runner stays put. As of course we mentioned earlier, Pham, his run realistically means nothing as they're down 2. So did not want to get thrown out. So he'll stay at second. Hosmer is out on an excuse me swing. And we now have 2 away, and that'll bring Will Meyer in, who's got pop of his own, righty versus lefty. The Braves are trying to have a comeback miracle victory. And first pitch is a slider inside. Will Smith swings at it, and it is 0-1. Throwing that slider to the right-handed batter. That's where he has, if he gets the slider in, it's very devastating. The problem is Smith has consistently been inconsistent with it, laying it out over the plate, hitting batters with it. Here's the 0-1 pitch, another slider, and it's 0-2. Will he go slider 3 times in a row? That's what got him in trouble the other night. 2-strike slider. They hit it out of the building. Here we go on the 0-2 pitch. Darnode sets up inside another slider. This time it's in the dirt, and it is 1-2. So 3 sliders in a row. Will it go to the well one last time? We go to the well one last time. I can barely look as I bring you the game. Here we go, the 1-2 pitch. Will Smith. Here's the delivery. Darnold sits up inside. Fastball high and swung on and missed at strike 3. The Braves win. We come all the way back down 7-3. Will Smith gets a clean inning, a strike him out, and he high-fives Darnold. The Braves win. They are now a game and a half in front of Philadelphia, 2 in the loss column. As we head to tomorrow's game, 4 p.m. first pitch. We will be back Tuesday night for Braves versus Phillies. 7:20 Eastern is the first pitch. We'll come on a few minutes before to set the stage, as that series will be for the NL East. For Braves baseball on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the fantasy football and picks against the spread in the NFL Pick Show at 10 a.m. Eastern.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
So, how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball